possible. CATACC. True. Accurate. We always say accurate. Correct. No. Complete. So obvious. When you use technology will be better. You know, it's this one. Let's see. This one nothing in it. B. All the dreams. And you so many things like the looks to to know. So hopefully I'm back from Singapore. Or I could be coming back and then we go to and then outside also you can go but much more fun. I doubt they have any fun. They say have now, but I don't know how we go. You know, must ask inside. They say have now, but no. So again, Mr. Donut, I don't see anything interesting about this. Go and have a look. And then also have the automated machine. I also really. What is this? Huh? Channel News Asia. That details. So these are just take notes. Now, like I said, because of the investment, some of them last time used to go to China, but because of this, because of politics. But at the end of the day, after you China back, so our government sometimes will like influence. But I said, yeah, Singapore government, Singapore the country is not world basket of countries. Not we can do a lot of and at the end of the day, they will be the most influential government related countries or government influence in the world. But they don't play politics. They don't abuse the super money of power. But whatever they invest, they become rich. And whatever they invest any, the science also follow. But at the moment now, it's any entities they can draft the GIC to invest, to play, to buy, and they sell, they buy, to money. They got Intel now, they buy, they sell, they buy. So that's how they play the market. And now China has the quantum technology even better. They can find a lot. So these are the things they use technology to make money, really make money. And the China government may be making money within this, not providing it to the private. Whereas American maybe in China improve ChatGPT and all this also. Not everybody's concerned about the ChatGPT. So the laws have to improve doing the so again technology, the six global defense system and the self-sufficiency. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, transforming the eight powers of negativity to the unity of positivity and the reseparation program. So all these are possible in the recycle. To always transform all this negativity into a unity of positivity. You can have eight powers, but this turn this all this the negative or all this into unity of our own in the sense of the money. united in a positive manner. When you say country, you know, positive manner. So money, power also to help people and to unite everybody together. Not to be powerful, but in fact everybody to have power in whatever we negotiate economy and whatever. Then followed by territorial power. You can share that one. You can try and go back China go on. You continue to do the research on this own research. So some countries do not want to help, you know. Then they are each trying to fight for it instead of work together to share the oil or the resources exploration and extraction, not over extraction or not exploitation, followed by the resources. Resources that can turn into some country, wow, there is resources many countries want, but we raise up the price. Then we might attract many countries want to gain, share and not monopolize. But again, because of resources from the spectators, recycled resource, turning whatever consumer, commercial, industrial, there's so much ideas that are recycled that is not perfect or idealist or utopian, but to enable these materials can be recycled, designed even, so that people will not exploit, extraction or extract, over exploit, over extract. Even exploit or extract is considered as instability. So one is the population, another one is the demand due to us. So can you say it's a blessing in disguise? Not really. It will still create a certain percentage of people globally, and 10-20% of the rich people, the rest of maybe they keep saying, and we go back to China. Everybody living in China. Worry, wear tattered clothing, everything all tattered. For uncle, 正即過落最尾啊，20年、30年，hopefully still going strong. Shirt, clothing, food open. So again, all this, so everything, consumer, everything, so much ideas they can change and transform into design driven economy. And so if organization or entities or citizens will start to think, they will use talents instead of last time they called the this entrepreneurs in the tech. They look for all this stuff and they hire them or they design and patent their ideas. And they have a certain percentage of commission. Or they say they work for them. You know this one can make us say 1 billion 1 year. But they hire how much money? So they take your design and your patent, they don't give you the money. They pay you. And they want you to be an inventor for the company or designer or patent for the company, many ideas. They can come up with the idea or they themselves can come up with the stuff or they can get from other sources and then ask them to go and improve on the design, the patent, and recycle. So that's why I said the new world economy is evolving, but not at the moment, not all. Because during this transition into the new world, everybody must overcome by year 2025 or even longer, but at the moment they try. But if they cannot, then many countries will be left out. Like in the, will be trying to reach the finishing line but not able. China can want soup or any country. Doesn't mean Joe Biden did the same Democrat Party. They will continue to hand over maybe out 10 checklists, 10 things they have done, maybe 8 or even more, or even the same or more. And what about the Republicans? They can change everything as time Obama can. So they want to do that. So all this comes. So you should make it into not a name, huh? With history or dynasty. You have Emperor A, after Emperor B take over, remove whatever, even though it may be a good implementation. So at the end of the day, still back to the same thing, an endless cycle of new constitution. Very sad. How long we will need to go through all this endless cycle of constitution? So again, you know, try to play politics. You see outside there are many people now, pick 24 supporters or elders, yeah, they want to link to China. Makes no sense. You see, we're not the digital economy, not the physical economy. The physical economy is just a weapon. So that was just a good gift. And orange, where orange means what? And red means snake. So it's just an indication, and that's why they come up with flashing. Now it's red, and sometimes they're dark blue. The time I came to Philippines, nobody want to buy dark blue. I was surprised. Most of the oxygen is black. So I buy black. Also good lah for prevent the dust and dirt. So the get easy get dirty. Then once the election arrived, in no time, 1 month, 2 months, within they produce all kinds of colors, including not the red, but the black red too. So red. You also know that I like green. Green not the government. Maybe Razer, maybe darker than Razer green or the Razer Starbucks. And then after that in time, purple. Just imagine I buy the purple how many years now? So they order all this from China. How much money? Like how $6, $7. How much they sell? 20, right? 50 maybe. And they may raise up some. Say they order in bulk. 20, 30, 40, 50, and they sell. But this kind of business. um, So again, this is just a extension to service the people. Extension to service the people. So there are many things that some people is forever will be around. So it's a good thing that you have these people still support. We restore pre-pandemic visa free arrangement and then flight connectivity. So again, visa free what it means. Whether it's 30 days, but you still have to apply for visa. So this is the only country that Singapore can with China because China can come into Singapore also the same. So and it can be like once. So then I can travel regularly because when I'm in Vietnam, I can fly to China or any country near the borders of China. If I why I say waiting for Myanmar when they should actually also cover when Myanmar borders maybe discuss with China. When the Myanmar borders can be opened. Laos, like I can bring her to China doesn't have to. So again, it's very low price, and I feel happy. And in China, two people, of course not here, in another town, another province. In Singapore, I still China they hope the country will restore three levels of life. Maybe Singapore borders, an official visit, try to meeting with him, and others says that visa arrangement will discuss, recognize the importance of people to people exchanges. We have expressed our hope that China will first restore flight connectivity. Allow air service on both countries to full potential that will increase by will restore a good arrangement to visit without visa up to 15 days. So unfortunately, only up to 15 days. And then the Singapore, no, I don't bother. The Chinese embassies in Singapore resumed issuing visas. The Chinese embassy resumed issuing visa to enter, but the visa fee still remains suspended. So again, hopefully in time, in China, similar visa extension for women and also can be extended. So we have such like we say, the further mutual between we are happy to receive many proposals to both sides and we will discuss further on the programs. So that's the things look better. And China also will look at it from another perspective. It's not a conquest of citizens, but it is to enable open, free and fair level travel between countries and borders. So any US China clash will have China border. Also response to the how Singapore will defend China. It says that we've been working and we built on relationships together over generations. Through years of friendship and working together on multiple projects. It's for example the Chinese again and the Singapore came to end of a virtuous cycle of trust and a virtuous which allow them to be recognized in primary interests. This high level of trust will be able to take our relations forward to enhance and build a stable partnership. One that's a high quality future for mutual understanding between China and the US of the life. We cannot prescribe policies for you. We cannot tell either individual that you aim to do to stay friends with both as far as possible. So this is what he says is true. We cannot tell America or China America what to do, but they will try to be friends for both. They are not lengthy, and try to be friends. And also because there's a they will have limitation, so also what we can do. So this maybe right important what we can do. So in our day we also do not want to cut off the lines of our so nobody wants to get cut off. So that's why I say we should actually not do it that way. But again the deliberation of being used of course they must say and when I say 这样哎呀，既然他什么关系不是咯，顺便咯，钱咯，其实他只是 1% of their ambition, 1% of the ambition that they want to achieve. 你花多少？他们呢？So again, everything is they have to find a place to make money. Whether it's 24 feet night. So now they say, hey, 你在那边 OK 啦，agree 啦。But will they laugh at me? because they know who I am. I don't come and disturb their whatever they do. Then they say they are doing, yeah, when you sit down, or whatever. But they also have to live. They have business, they have fiscal, visual economy, and many other economy. What other economy say they will consider about all this? It's a higher cost of living. Yeah, they change it. But in the end of the day, and when all the entities lead to one thing to the other, sometimes indirectly or literally speaking. So in the end of the day, they say, you are the one. No, I'm not the one. Don't push the way on me, on the walls. Because everything leads from one thing to the other. Don't push the blame on Russia, Ukraine. Don't push the blame on America, China. Don't push the blame on me. Don't push the blame on the secret society. Don't push the blame on any entities. Because at the end of the day, whatever it is, nobody told us it. It is always something from the source. As a naughty device user, they have the wisdom. Human created problem can be reduced by a moment. All these countries outside of Singapore, how many? Singapore is only one against 194 countries abroad. How do we? Cannot win. So all the sons and all the daughters of any entities, they want to do, let them do. That's why I said, simplicity. Make money, do all this makes no sense. Because when they link to all this, okay lah. Since an device want to destroy me and many people, whether they are original or not original, or how original or whatever, orange or not orange or apple or whatever, then they find fine lah. That's why you look at it, okay. Because every entities have power. What power do they not give device? There are men also, the doctors for any entity, they have device. What about China? They also have. What else? Quantum technology, they wait for China. They want to do business. They want to do business with everybody because they are more positive than negative. When you have negative, more negative than positive, bring all everybody to death of hell is no sense. They are out to make money because COVID-19 losing money. I'm not complaining, I'm just saying the facts. 2020, 2021, they try to absorb the loss as much as they can. But in time, their resources may be depleted. So they have to recover. Whatever they want to do is their own business. For more than 50 years. I'm not the police. I don't care outside the world. How they want to make money? It's their own business. Why am I going to do? The people in the operation, they look at themselves also as 人在江湖 and something is wrong there. How can they be in the 江湖? If they want to look at 江湖, isn't it Singapore not becoming the world country or developing country? Will they help China? China also still trying to recover from that, including their society. So that's why I say the weakness of the system that they themselves want to increase the numbers and to continue to practice the weakness system. But who holds the real power? Government. You think the human device is got real power? And real powers. How to fight? You use unreal powers to fight against the real powers or no powers. You are bullying people and you are creating mess on their own line. Whether they have money or no money, everybody, their life all being disturbed. Although it cannot be proven in court at the moment. So at the end of it, they go fine now. Then now you look at the world pessimistic. You want everybody to die. You only maybe 25% of total population and not reduce to maybe 50% of total population of the world. What about the other 50%? You have to live. How about the other 50% if they have to live? So my point I see the photo is here. What I'm walking on. You can't blame China. You can't blame Russia. Don't blame. Blame yourself if you are not self-sufficient. And also reflecting on the government itself and not blame the government itself. All the entities must be self-sufficient. This is what the civil society will do. Now, conscious of great civil society, all the groups and all kinds of entities, they must be self-sufficient. Some of them have been doing business more than 50 years and passed on from generation to generation, or some they just close and then maybe somewhere suddenly emerge a new kind of business. So that's why I said with you, don't blame the Chinese, don't blame China, don't blame America, don't blame Russia, don't blame Ukraine. You want to blame themselves for not being self-sufficient. If their own company is not self-sufficient, they have to blame themselves. And many others. You want to blame China because of the woman right? What's the point? When you fall down, you sit down and cry and blame, or you don't cry, you sit down and you still have the wound and you keep blaming, or even your bone is patched up but you never stand up and move. You still sit there. Of course, you yourself are the worst. I'm not saying that the world is true, but every entity has to learn to be sensitive, just like the chemicals in your human body. Every day they are active. They cannot not stop. It's an auto mechanism, it mix here, mix there, mix there, mix here. Now we have that. But because of these 2 years of recovery, the Lord still cannot recover, the third year cannot recover. So what will happen? Whether whatever it takes, or by hook, by crook, by one, outside of sin, can the Hinati riser or anyone blame outside? Why do you want to blame God? That is not their territory. Even I, as one wisdom, if they ask me what is going to be, just let it be lah. Since everybody knows the wisdom of positivity and the wisdom of negativity, let it be, let it be auto-calibration. Life of two in existence, positive, negative, more positive, negative, more negative, and positive, and then the depth, the twos, the threes, the fours. You want to do, then you go and do that. So not later everybody will wake up because it's a global crisis. It's not Malaysia or Indonesia problem. It's a global problem. 至少真做人家so should I say I blame all the world country? Why I blame for what? I don't like to blame. I don't blame. I'm not involved in the world. But if they are involved in the world, they do. They should know that. Singapore, what they should do? The constitution. Or how many people? They are going to sacrifice today. What's the point of trying to sacrifice today? How about the rest? Singapore is different. It has to be a locus in the dirty water. Doesn't mean outside of Singapore is dirty water. But you do not know. Because it can be clear water, but you don't know whether it's not chargeable. So each and every individual, they just focus on their own country problem and try to sort out. Solve. Not caught up in the night of fire to be realistic about what we can do and cannot do. Where they get caught up between or among one two countries. Is to stay friends as for we both as much as possible. To stay friends. Aim to do to stay friends with between and among all countries. In Chinese we say 有朋友敌人 means you have more friendship than have more enemies. So everybody wants to be friends. Why you every day fighting your neighbor, you call your neighbor later, throw knife and throw this, throw that, throw that. I'm not hard. So in the end of the day, have to be realistic what we can do or we cannot do. Aim is to stay in friends between among countries. So in the end of the day, to be tactful and diplomatic and not lanky. You just like for example, I don't know, what happens if you live in a country and any entities today want to buy rice. They got rice. Today $10. Tomorrow $11. Another day $9. So you have problem if they go to all the rice to buy all of it. Whether supermarket or grocery. This is the thing. Everybody stay at home and go outside especially. Is to have friends, not to talk between among people. But the Himalayan always live in their own world. They want to everybody to conflict and destroy. And the more people die, the better it is. They didn't realize the seriousness of the consequences. They know the consequences, but they never know the real serious. And they are here, they are safe. No, I won't see you. But sooner or later, they will go on. So sometimes say, what happened if your floor got a lot of poo outside, then the floor don't have. But the flies and all this, what happened? When you go to the food and infect and everybody then on the side. So these are the things that I'm trying to share with everybody. Look, people may think that it doesn't affect them. And then they can just anyhow whack or anyhow destroy the place or whatever. But they realize indirectly it will come back to them on whatever they do. So don't always think or want the Vietnamese to think, and now you think your own brand, why is it when he is going to do what? In giving, now you go and brand, what are you going to do? They have already ready. Now they're waiting for them, Vietnam, they also got everything ready. Because they know they are familiar with the place. So you see, if you have negative, move on. Because your country is suffering very. Everybody is dying out there. Nobody wants to be lanky or nobody wants to do evil things. Because there are people outside. Do here, do there. After you all gone already. But he's saying, even better. Like in Philippines. They become what? Really. Then they start to think a lot of negative. Okay, now hire people. Now you are on probation. 3 months of probation. If you leave the company, no pay. If you stay, after that, then they have 2 months back pay. Then they pay. especially like Vietnam. 天天只罢工只过会，不能够按照的。Sometimes it's the Indian or their own office. 只罢工只过会$100 one month, and they still want to not say take or offer. They still want to still. You want to give them money. When your sense is not connected. So we cannot prescribe policy for US and EU. So commenting on scroll will be learned how to bring US back to what we used to be. It's not true. But we hope that there will be a way to develop new places for you. Now we should already in terms of cost but at least some programs to avoid escalation. To prevent misunderstanding and areas of differences. That's all they can do. They try and say that maybe China look at it that way. And therefore they try to have China state. And China should Liu Qing and not Panjang. It's not to be compassionate and to learn. You see now it's not. My wisdom really tells the answer. The wisdom are able to obtain and gather. Even China also can be destroyed. Or you destroy China, I know you are what. You destroy America, you are what. I don't. So I say I wish that I shouldn't be too in. Try to gather all this for the moment. Because it makes no sense. After one round, any answer? No answer. After what we have done, still they don't say one man for themselves, they want to still do what they like to make money. In whatever they think they can. So that's why I say if the less I get involved, the better it is. And I move around and then they're not happy. Oh, you move around. This and that and this and then in the end of the day, you know, and then after he wants to see this and then the vehicle pass by and then invite him and then after he wake up and see him. But now you speak at yourself, you speak at our face. What they trying to do? Oh, you come here, you drink a coffee or two, sit after you left already. That's how you waste his parents. They have no depending. You also have no defenses. When you cannot manage everything in this world, you have no defenses. Not me, the rest of anyone. How I manage everything. Don't get involved in the worldly affair. That's how I've been living, but they're not happy. They are not bringing in as many people as possible. They are inactive chemicals, inactive people, get them involved. They're not bothers. After bringing him involved, Mr. A, Mr. B, Mr. C, how many people they still manage to go through their life. Whether they have some money or few money or whatever, they still manage to go through. Whether they work or no work, whether they have political power, the rich power, the track power, or the salary, they're still able to go through their life. They may not have many money to buy many things, but they never look at everyday attitude. They never activate their inactivated hours of the 76 very often, once in a while, but they never manage. Now they live that kind of life, they want them to be capitalism or entrepreneurship. But life still goes on. They may be happy, they try to compare others. At the end of the day, they don't compare themselves. They want to strong many people, they want to have money or more money. They can have more things than me or equal than me. But the pursuit of Material wealth never ends. Living in China 3 years, but it doesn't, it's okay. Living from the year 2003 until I may not have many things. Okay. Living for more than 1990 until now, until before 2018. Also, okay, right? So you see that in the end of the day, even the GST increase, people still try to live to live. They may not have many things to buy cherry every day or one normally even 1 month only once or even 1 week once. But they have to learn to replace the food that they eat. Maybe instead of grapes, maybe they change to other fruits. Instead of corn, maybe they change to GMC. You see, all this, they may used to go to McDonald's every week, but now they cannot. Along the way, they look at people. They learn to overcome their senses, their eyes. See already, no food. People eating good McDonald's, many people, they pass by, they may not afford to. Do they cry? Do they feel sad? Do they hate their work? Or every day just eat bread and learn the life of the wisdom? I also go through with many people. And this country is still very lucky that people still can have work to do, still can work for men, and still eat as long as they have money. When they have money to, the money means they can work or whatever, not in the illegal. There's still a lot of opportunity for them to upgrade themselves, to retrain, reskill, and to increase their money. They can dream if they want. If they want to be businessmen, they can. Because anywhere in the world, everybody also has the freedom to what they want. But if they are got their fault, then that's a whole nothing to do. So at the end of the day, whatever is, everybody knows their duties, responsibilities, their roles and functions as a citizen of their own country. And as a foreigner that goes to other country, if they don't, no. Sometimes they play politics. Why? That's not wrong. The typhoon or cyclone. Oh my god, I got here. No more. And then they start talking. Don't talk. Look at your own problem first. If you want to receive the India, look at the India. Look at the India. So again, if you want to get India, but don't need to talk and spread the rumors. Oh, we are now talking about these Rohingyas and cyclones and tornadoes and all this. They hear then people, at least they know. If you want to find more, go and see from YouTube. The answer, oh, my sources is not secret. They can find sometimes even know more than me. If they don't want to know, also so everybody are different because they are unique. They have their own duties and responsibilities. Their roles and responsibilities. Whatever they want to do, let them do lah. If I want to commit, long time ago already, I would have tattooed my body. I would have joined the citizen long time ago. Or even be a gay. So see, these are the things that because sometimes temptation within their urgent inclination to want to make to do on people. And sometimes because of their addictive to use the device. After they do, they forget about themselves. They decided to go, they add the poison more and more and more until they forget about themselves. So there's many things that I say in life. So what we can do, what we cannot do. Also, do not to stay friends. That's very important. Everywhere we are all friends. That's why I go out, I always speak. Then we don't tell ourselves, hey, you know what, come here, hi, you know. You put money, see, or change, I know how to. I just try to avoid if I can, and not be scared. That's why sometimes I say 放短线钓大鱼，那长线钓大鱼。Why I want to use my resources so much in order to get scammers or people like, hey uncle, every month your Filipino girlfriend A B C D E F G H I J, everything is $150. I say I know. 我放短线钓大鱼。What do you mean? 我的短线有 I know my limit to write off. 你150个可以救那么多人啊？有 Mr. A 放1000块就一个人才，and then the girl still complain not enough. Continue donating. Sometimes I go to other places. Never mind. I do not know whether your sister is sending you there. Uncle, okay, donate now, please sponsor now. I don't know, I cannot hear properly because I am hearing the news. I don't know whether she's talking to me. But look, it could be a temptation or whatever. Don't bother. Because sometimes it could be planted by the innocuous or the innocuous, hey, 不要去吃它，它是骗子啊 whatever. Look, I know my limit. What I can do. So you see, what I can do, what can I do? And it's not the limit, it's the amount of money I'm ready to write. I can able to, if I want to help people, I help people. If I don't want to help people, I don't help people. If I help people, I'm afraid. Sometimes I just don't feel like helping. And somebody say, anyway, a lot of times many people tell you this, especially your parents and siblings, that the money is for me and not for others and all this. I know I totally have to find again. It's still somewhere. So again, many things I still try to look for the answer. But again, if I can, I can, I cannot, no. So there will be friends between among, so everywhere I go so. So I'm very careful. Like in Vietnam, so, 那时候他捐多少？就10块钱嘛，10块钱，就5个，那时候我给他50块，and I save a lot of money because I never stay in a hotel. So in the end of the day, I kind of save a lot of money. Actually, it's true, and then that's why I can buy this more robot $300 for 2 months consecutively, 300. So in the end of the day, it's worth to spend. They keep trying to um, tempt me with buying the game, but I'm very happy. And until now, I'm still happy, but I'm not donating because I find that when I was in the internet, because I cannot play any of games, so I just spend more time. And I'm very happy because it's a bit inconvenient, but after I go through and come back in 2021, I find that in the end they say they change. No, I still find that I don't know. Yeah, I really go through the review, the experience, just to know the experience. So Along the way, they say they train me. I say no. I just like to live how and each time when I live, I find it's not worth living. Sometimes the lifestyle. And after that one, I decide to go. I find it's after I tried for already 2 months right, I find it's okay. It's manageable and I still can try to save and have stable. Last time I buy so many one, two, three, all gone. So in the end of the day, I reduce one. I'm not going to. But as I said, this is just sometimes it's uncertain for the week, one time I do. And sometimes they say it's reverse, reverse. Actually, they want you to, but then they say it's reverse. And then sometimes here also they reverse. So all kinds of politics they play, but and they still an endless cycle of music. So let's move on to the next one. World Cup in my school. Period. Not able to play in time, time, 10 seconds, into running, communication, harassment, channel is sport, and it's one of the and long COVID, all these are happening across the EU, will be slow to charge. So all these are trying to improve, like I said now, all the countries are trying to go through this phase. In time we have 195 countries or at least half a matter of time to have all this environmental friendly, the EVs, so green and energy savings from the very confident for the digital and green energy. So again, we must nature, energy, and then lots of all these things, children. Sometimes it could be a transmission, transmitting, transmitting to another. So some contractors face delay for due to warmer weather. And the government. So it's not. That's why I say you have to. What's the long term? You just want to, but if they don't want, then what to do? In the end of the day, the people have to continue to. So in some, there is no insurance coverage from the government of all these foreign illnesses, virus or disease, so they can start to encourage to underwrite and make some money. So meaning that when you underwrite all this, if they can sell the insurance to them, people, just like what's happening with Joe Biden, they help and will be linked to this and that. The company make money because sometimes it's not compulsory, but in the end of it, many of them, like America, likes to take up insurance, and then the 1 million, then at least better than 1 million customers or citizens, customers. And for long term, for Hong Kong, the Hong Kong loan science and health should be a solution. So next movement, I think already quite a lot already. Mega mall. This will be quite common because there are a lot of shopping centers and the electric bills, energy bills. So slowly they learn about what is smart living. Where do you want elephant? I got so. But again, because the rent is so low price, you buy this small structure and do. As we can work, continue. So again, what is it? Promote to Malaysia all the eight economies. Work with China, work. Beautiful skies. Yeah, I don't know. Depends on how you communicate and decide. Except the government without government. And then X, jail, jail, scam shoot, all this a lot of fake apps They're trying to indicate with the number I said act certified and verified. And they don't want. They don't want to do that. There are so many apps every month. They can catch up as long as they must go through. They cannot they have to seek verification. If not, they will just not allowed to access. It's one of the verifications all around movies like secret store gaming, learning about the kind of secret museum. So they introduce is it a real secret they find not like this actually so they try to be quite discreet in research. So they might take this like so it's good now because like I said they don't want people to keep thinking about changing and then you can just sit there again and all these people and they try to get it. Oh you're there, try to get in people want to say that other people can say on they can say I'm blur, I'm fire, they say thì anh theo cái bố tôi phải gì anh phải để anh xem anh ta nhìn nó cho người ta dễ operation hoặc hoa lên hoa người này chứ mình đó người đó cho con chỉ mà cho mà cũng người ta chỉ sinh ra cho con học sinh thu làm của thì mua được so just because you know SIA group post record so North Korea again and say and then kill spy satellite. So they are going to accelerate America spend. So move forward for the future. Again, if you get this maybe got more problem, then forward time, still have a lot of money, so it depends on the so maybe, where we want to I think that's about it. Nothing much. You have no viewing. 再来看来访问 store it in document domain, and then after it transform to this 52 like beats like that. But if you don't think of anything, just eat. You need to think about this and think about that. And then continue model, so beyond not to talk. All these are sugar, so try to eat less. And then gadgets and things. All these I say they can, and then they try to try it. I say don't have any don't need sugar, so less sugar. So they can come up with mochi and donut that is friendly user. That is not saying that it's a much more healthy diet for the consumer. So sugar less. Some also they have a halal and also sugarless. So healthy Ponde que ponde Brazilian. So now that you know that um, you know, I buy nothing that everybody says now they You know, the donut. Actually, the brand of the donut even the this so these are the things that don't know any single goal. I can train as well. So again, if you download and then view Makapur simple something and then I think that's what it is. No, no, it's the and that's really important. So I write the list. There's a few more I need to write. Sometimes really important because sometimes I have important things, but sometimes not the time yet. So that's why I just sometimes we can say I'm waiting for people to catch up, but I'm not able to them today. Okay, so I think this is what it is.
We are here today to discuss the U.S.-China relationship and the investments that we need to keep our nation secure, competitive, and strong, and maintain our leadership on the world stage. And let me make clear from the outset, when we talk about competing against China and countering Chinese influence, we're talking about competing against its government, not the Chinese people or the millions of Chinese Americans who help make our country great. I'm glad to have Secretaries Austin, Blinken, and Raimondo here to discuss the all-of-government approach we need to meet this challenge. And as this is our first full committee hearing, I do want to thank Vice Chair Collins, as well as our chairs and ranking members, Tester, Coons, Shaheen, Graham, and Moran, for working with us on this topic that I know every one of our members cares about. And I'd like to thank all of my colleagues for their work in the recent weeks to jumpstart our appropriations process and hold more than 30 very substantive hearings on President Biden's budget request and critical issues. We have made important progress, but I hope we can keep things on track and mark up our bills soon. Vice Chair Collins and I had hoped that this Thursday would be our first full committee markup. She and I are working very hard and will update all of our committee members on when we expect to have our first markup in the June work period. This week in the House, they are getting ready to mark up their own appropriations bills. It is my goal, and I know the goal of Senator Collins, to be marking up in a similar time frame. What every member in this room knows too is that the Senate must have its voice heard in this process. To that end, this committee has received critical input from nearly all 100 senators to inform our work as we craft our spending bills that meet our nation's needs. We owe it to our colleagues and our communities, and most of all, our constituents, to put forward the shared priorities of this chamber in a slate of bipartisan spending bills. And this hearing offers a valuable opportunity to go in depth on one of those shared priorities, making the investments that our nation needs to stay ahead of the Chinese government and other competitors who are doing everything they can.
The fan is okay, but maybe next time when I come back I buy one more. Once confirmed. But I think we'll be also going there. So and from there we can go. Because like I said, it takes time. We're not ready, and therefore we'll be always no for ends, no ends. Strange. Ends. What? So in the end of the day, don't blame on the other side. Everybody having disability. You gotta check because actually not say pay because very important you must justify. Because pay also may not be the reason behind because sometimes it has nothing to do with pay. Because sometimes the government can pay for it. Why want to individually pay? What happens if everybody uh, individually pay? You think they can pay and they may want to apply for installment? So not everybody so we should let the government pay for all this. Because they do the Restream and private ones are better at some. So if the government can pay, let the government pay now. Sometimes they got rebate. Don't always expect. Because this one maybe is not our problem. That's nice. So I didn't buy because I'm going. That time they thought some spread rumor. They didn't know. They thought I'm a bank bond. Yes, hang around there. Because people like very short, I'm very super. And say I'm a bank bond. Then later they find that I'm not. I'm just I'm taking a flight. I go there to buy check my flight, my detail. So I'm there. So they thought I'm there uh, to stay overnight there or something. So hey, you want you can also check in. 18 hours. It's not even, is it 18 hours? I think maybe not 18 hours. And then you can check in, you can check in. Then you can enter your own. Once I want to do my own things. So tomorrow, 11, 11 check in. Not not so rush, right? So I go there just to do shopping, eat first, then after that do my shopping, eat outside. So buy one, get two free luggage. It's not so many people buy. I don't buy can buy so you can buy like this in store and give to your girl. You get one free the delivery is good. So yeah, okay, but it will not be that good. Never mind, I just buy. Just sometimes I can use it to store things. Normally they don't um, sometimes put the this don't know why they don't put the this pink is so good. Green, so this one in Philippines, Philippines, studio to so some that's $80. Oh, only one instead of six. Sometimes the best you can get is 2005, the big one. And I bought the small one 2005. Let's say you get the big one 2005, so it's very often. But you divide by 41, $60. So that's the lowest you can get. But I sometimes get the one on the low. But I say this is for when and tear. You just go from different country and just go and use it for one. So we so along the way, maybe need six special features. All this sometimes along the way you're being to buy. So Or got pay now too. Music. So I can order anything from Japan anytime. I think as long as it's 50, then you'll be able to next time order this one. So this is one. So you order, you put the float. Never mind lah, this order next time. Then you need to go and buy something. So this one I can add in this float. You can freeze it. So that's right. This one is very affordable. My abundant space. Now go and buy the hanging, just tube there. It should hang. You need to, and then it's too early lah. When I say, oh, this one very good. 32. Good design. What's the dimension? Not bad. We can buy. We fix it. It's worth it now. I think you can install it. So you can buy a few. And then the rest. Yeah, it's really good to carry and store it. But if you move around, it's quite troublesome. But at least you have it. You buy things and so next time you can buy things. But at the moment I don't need this. I already have. So I'm not going to buy all those the latest one. All these are the promotion. All total by best selling. Only buy what you like. You don't like. I forgot to buy this one. Yeah, lots and lots. All these you buy and they send you for free delivery. So next time you just buy the album, the Japan home, the watch, and this pen. So they send you expectantly. So you don't have to physically go there. You just go direct. Oh, I never entered the J1. It said maybe J1 not able to have it. So e-commerce is good. So I can purchase them. So next time I just buy one box, two box, extra, bag shield, only $10. But I'll buy the other one because I used to use this one. More I don't don't need to buy all these things. Just that's it. Go outside. You'll stay home for 1 week. Maybe like stable. I'm not sure. Then you just want to see how I live my life. And then yeah, what do we have? Something. Many things are. So if you just buy one carton in the store, so you use it. But just now I also quickly just overseas and so on, this doctor they have offered can go to the physical store. It's got some that time buy two. Sometimes when they offer just to buy. Yeah. So just go there and buy. Not the physical store. Not everything have means that in e-commerce that we can get low price. So now I can feel once you move for angle and not too near, you can feel it. So maybe one is maybe one. Again because one I see some advantage maybe the so these 2 months along the way 2 or 3 months maybe within so that's all. pretty lah. It's just quite creative, but not really. Favorites and whatnot. So I think that's. You also gonna hear my phone. I hear their phone more than you. My phone, I got no phone. Sometimes they want to be listening to what is this and what is that and what is this to let them know how much I know. I'm not basically they also don't know anything about it. At the end of the day they also have a lot of hours. Yeah. So that's why we use basketball. When I got no time to play. So sometimes I buy the once. Sometimes I don't buy the once. Some people don't sing. I think that's about it also. So nothing to say. I now do my thing. Let it cool down. Yeah, it's nice to have a cooling. Not much to bring all with me. Just bring my this power bank.
can to try and overtake America economically, militarily, and on the world stage. As I have said throughout our subcommittee hearings, keeping our country safe and competitive is not just about defense spending. Keeping our country safe means investing in diplomacy and development to counter political and economic coercion, to promote stability, to stand up to autocrats, to support our allies, and advance our global leadership, instead of ceding ground to the governments of China and Russia. Keeping our communities safe means funding to stop deadly fentanyl from crossing our borders and dangerous cyber attacks that can decimate our infrastructure, our schools, our hospitals, and more. And it means funding to make sure our supply chains for drugs, food, baby formula, and more are safe, are stable, and not dependent on the whims of Beijing and others. And when it comes to keeping our competitive edge on the world stage, that means investing in businesses, maintaining our ports and our railways and other infrastructure that we need for trade, strengthening and expanding our trade partnerships so we can sell American goods across the world, protecting our intellectual property, and of course, we cannot be competitive with the Chinese government if we are not investing in the backbone of our economy, our working families. We cannot compete without investing in high-quality public schools for our kids. We cannot compete without investing in higher education and workforce programs that help key industries find the workers that they need. And we're stunning the efforts to rebuild American manufacturing and so many other sectors of our economy if we refuse to tackle the child care crisis that is keeping parents out of the workforce. And not only are these issues as important as our defense investments, they are connected. Make no mistake, China is pressing forward with an aggressive modernization and expansion of their military capabilities. As such, there are certain investments we absolutely must make to strengthen our own defensive and deterrence capabilities. The President's budget requests the largest ever amount of funding for the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, and that is critical. We need to ensure the military has the resources it needs to stay ahead of China's military modernization, strengthen logistical preparedness, and expand cyber capabilities and more. However, as the Secretary of Defense has said repeatedly, keeping our nation safe requires a whole-of-government approach. After all, our weapons need chips. So making them ourselves and working with like-minded partners to secure our supply chains is a matter of national security. And this is key. We need to make sure we have a regular appropriations process so every department, including DOD, can plan for the year ahead. We cannot settle for CRs that freeze our progress, result in year-over-year funding cuts, and seriously impair every single one of our agencies' abilities to fulfill their missions and move our country forward. The Chinese Communist Party doesn't govern by CRs, and they don't govern by cuts, and we can't either, which is why it's been so important to me, and I know Senator Collins and many others, to make sure we meet this moment, do our jobs, and get our bipartisan funding bills passed in a timely way. I'm glad to say we have bipartisan agreement on the problem we are here to discuss today, keeping ahead of the Chinese government and our competitors. And based on our past bipartisan efforts, I think we do have a shared understanding that the solution here must be an all-of-government approach. Just a few months ago, we passed an appropriations bill for this fiscal year that showed Congress can take this challenge seriously. Senators Shaheen and Moran worked together to increase funding for the National Science Foundation and fund the Tech Hubs program, building on our bipartisan CHIPS and Science Act to invest in R&D and innovation and building a strong STEM workforce. Senator Coons and Graham secured additional resources to advance U.S. global leadership by growing our diplomatic footprint, especially in the Indo-Pacific, increasing funding for the Indo-Pacific strategy, and providing funding and flexibility for agencies like state, USAID, and the Development Finance Corporation to address emerging strategic priorities. Senators Murphy and Capito made critical funding increases to improve detection and seizure of narcotics like fentanyl and related illicit contraband, and to dismantle and disrupt transnational criminal organizations. Senators Feinstein and Kennedy worked together to increase funding for the Office of Science and at the Department of Energy and fund our national labs so we can develop clean energy solutions and improve advanced manufacturing. Our funding bill and the bipartisan infrastructure law also included critical investments to support infrastructure improvements to ensure our ports can ship goods around the world. I think it's safe to say we showed just a few months ago there is bipartisan support for an across-the-board effort to counter the growing influence of China's Communist Party. But if we want to stay competitive, if we want to stay ahead, we have to stay the course and build on those investments, which is why I find the approach House Republicans have called for dangerous, suggesting massive funding cuts across the government at a pivotal moment. After years of bipartisan consensus for maintaining America's global leadership, that tactic will throw in the towel to our competitors and give the Chinese government our spot as the global superpower of the 21st century. Because let's be clear, House Republicans aren't just proposing one-year cuts to R&D and diplomacy and workforce programs, essentially everything that keeps us competitive. They are demanding spending caps that will tie our hands and lock in even more cuts over the next decade. I worry that what is being proposed leads to a lost decade for America in a moment when we cannot afford it. So let's be clear, China is not debating whether to pay its debts or wreck its economy. China is not debating whether to invest in its future or cut and cap the investments that keep it competitive. And China does not operate on CRs. The more we play with default and fund investments and teeter on the edge of government shutdowns, the more we prove China and our competitors are right and helping them show the world that it is their moment to overshadow our leadership, and helping them demonstrate their core belief that totalitarianism is stronger than democratic values here at home and around the world. That is why it is so critical for the Senate to make its voice heard on America's future. We have to show that there is a bipartisan vision to strengthen our nation's competitiveness and security by investing in American leadership across the board and a bipartisan will to get it done. That is why I've been focused on all of our subcommittee hearings. It's what I hope to hear about from our witnesses today. That's why I want all of us to continue our work and mark up bipartisan spending bills soon. Because the bottom line, we find ourselves today in real time. And this year's government spending bills will determine whether or not we are prepared to compete with China and whether or not we will stay ahead or fall behind. We cannot close our eyes and plug our ears when it comes to the threat the Chinese government poses. We have got to build on the progress we've made, keep our country safe and competitive, and invest in America's future. As we decide what investments we do or don't make, the stakes couldn't be higher and they could not be more serious. So I want to thank everyone who's here today, thank our witnesses. We look forward to hearing your testimony today, and I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Collins for vote to the state.
Chair Murray, thank you so much for holding this important hearing. Before I turn to my formal remarks, let me echo the chair's determination to keep proceeding with the appropriations process in a way that will avoid a late end of the year gigantic continuing resolution that continues to fund programs that do not need funding, that prevents new programs from starting, and that makes it impossible for agencies to plan. It also ends up costing the taxpayer more money. So I share the chair's determination to keep proceeding, and I look forward to beginning subcommittee markups in June. I would note that we have gotten off to a very fast start. Our subcommittees on both sides of the aisle have worked together to have a series of hearings that literally have held dozens of hearings on the president's budget request, and that's an essential start for this process. To our witnesses, I want to tell you that I'm very much looking forward to your testimony on how we can work together to strengthen U.S. security and competitiveness regarding China. America's competition with China is an increasing challenge, but it is not a new one. Overlay China's modern economic successes with its 3,500 years of history, and today the world faces an authoritarian government that seeks to regain its hegemonic past and dismantle the international order created by the United States and our allies following World War II. To be clear, China's vision is to be the world's military and economic powerhouse, and it is well on its way. Today, China has the world's largest navy, the world's largest army, and the world's largest economy by purchasing power parity. Competition with China occurs in every domain, from the United Nations to cyberspace to Africa. Our focus with regard to our military competition with China must remain on deterrence, which is defined by the strength of our readiness, capacity, and capabilities, and that of our allies and partners. We must ask ourselves if the Pentagon and Taiwan have the weapons, munitions, and manpower necessary to credibly deter China from using force to accomplish its objectives. As Secretary Austin knows from our hearing last week, I believe that the administration could do better in this regard. Secretary Blinken's challenge is getting our bilateral diplomatic relations with China on as stable a footing as possible. Given the inconsistent statements by the president on U.S. policy toward Taiwan, it would also be helpful if the secretary were to clarify today if there has been any change in the One China policy and the strategic ambiguity therein. America is only as strong abroad as we are at home, including the innovation and technology we can protect. I hope today that Secretary Raimondo will give us an update on efforts to prevent the theft of intellectual property, to bolster U.S. leadership in advanced technologies, and to impede China from exploiting American technologies to advance its military interests. Finally, as one Department of Homeland Security official recently testified, the fentanyl crisis begins and ends in China. Many precursor chemicals originate in China, and Chinese criminal organizations launder the drug cartel's money and source the pill pressers that facilitate the distribution of this deadly poison. Just last month, employees at a restaurant in Auburn, Maine, opened a crate expecting to find mugs that they had ordered. Instead, they found 14 kilograms of fentanyl. That is enough to kill 5 times the population of the entire state of Maine. Thankfully, the employees called local law enforcement who seized the fentanyl, undoubtedly saving many lives. Addressing the fentanyl crisis must be at the top of this administration's agenda with China. Again, I look forward to discussing these significant issues with our witnesses this afternoon.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Collins. I will now briefly introduce today's witnesses and move to testimony. I'm very pleased again to welcome Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, Secretary of State Angela Blinken, and Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo. I'm grateful to all three of our witnesses for the work they do every day to keep our communities safe and help us stay competitive. And I want to thank each one of you for taking time today to be with us and to answer our questions. We will now move to opening remarks, and Secretary Austin, I will begin.
Chair Murray, Vice Chair Collins, members of the committee, thanks for the opportunity to testify about America's strategic competition with the People's Republic of China. I'm glad to be joined by Secretary Blinken and Secretary Raimondo. We rely on each other every day because to compete and succeed, we must use all of the tools of American power. And I'm grateful to Congress for recognizing the urgency of the China challenge and taking bipartisan action to meet it. I'd like to underscore 5 key points today about how the Department of Defense is tackling the security challenge of the PRC in lockstep with our partners across the administration, around the world, and here in Congress. First, we're focusing the entire department on continuing to outpace the PRC. As the President's National Security Strategy notes, the PRC is our only competitor with both the intent and increasingly the capacity to reshape the international system to suit its autocratic preferences. Beijing has increased its bullying and provocations in the Indo-Pacific. It's embarked upon an historic military buildup, including in space and cyberspace. Of course, war is neither imminent nor inevitable, but we must face up to the PRC's growing assertiveness. The department's mission is clear: to deter aggression that threatens our vital national interests. So we're investing more than ever in a formidable, innovative fighting force and a more resilient force posture in the Indo-Pacific. Our budget includes a 40% increase over last year's request for the Pacific Deterrent Initiative to an all-time high of $9.1 billion. We're delivering critical capabilities through more agile approaches to testing and acquisition. We're developing novel operational concepts for how we employ the joint force. Our national defense strategy calls the PRC our pacing challenge, and we chose the word challenge carefully. The United States does not seek confrontation, conflict, or a new Cold War. America has never shied away from competition. We're working with both our rivals and our friends to strengthen the guardrails against conflict. To prevail in strategic competition, we must work together as one team. And that's my second point. That demands even closer cooperation with our colleagues in the Department of State, Commerce, and elsewhere. We work with the Department of State to help prevent conflicts from breaking out in the first place. We protect the free and open trade lanes that drive the world economy. We're supporting the Department of Commerce's leading role in implementing the CHIPS and Science Act. We work closely with Commerce to advance our technological advantages. Third, we're determined to keep the Indo-Pacific free and open. Most countries in the region share a common vision of an open and inclusive Indo-Pacific, free of bullying and coercion. We're proud to stand together with them. So we'll continue to strengthen the rules-based international order by making clear the folly of aggression and maintaining open lines of communication. Fourth, the whole administration is working to deepen ties with our network of alliances. We're working with our friends around the Indo-Pacific and the world through security cooperation and assistance, and through combined operations and exercise. We're also working to develop innovative new capabilities and deepen integrated deterrence. In recent months, that strategy has produced historic results. In Japan, we're forward deploying more resilient and mobile assets, and that includes our plans to deploy the 12th Marine Littoral Regiment. We're pursuing major new force posture initiatives with Australia, and through the historic AUKUS partnership, we'll work with our Australian and British allies to help forge a more stable balance of power in the Indo-Pacific for generations. With our Philippine allies, we will have rotational access to 4 new locations under the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. Meanwhile, we're expanding our security cooperation with South Korea, India, Thailand, Singapore, and many others. We're deepening our ties with ASEAN and Quad. I'm pleased that the United States will soon provide significant additional security assistance to Taiwan through Presidential Drawdown Authority that Congress authorized last year. This is part of our long-standing commitment to upholding our obligations under the Taiwan Relations Act and other U.S. policies, and to doing our part to maintain peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. We need to remain a reliable partner. That brings me to my final point. The best way that Congress can ensure our strategic advantage is with an on-time appropriation that supports the President's budget. No amount of money can buy back the time that we lose when we're forced to operate under continuing resolutions. And reducing funding to FY22 levels across the government would hamstring our ability to compete even if the Defense Department is exempted from cuts. We succeed as a team, and the Department of Defense succeeds when our interagency partners succeed. We're not just shaping our military, but America's entire strategy to compete and lead. I look forward to working with all of you to continue that proud tradition of U.S. global leadership. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretary. Questions, Secretary?
Chair Murray, Director Collins, State and Foreign Officer Coons, and Representative Graham, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify before you today. Thank you for bringing us all together. I'm very pleased as well to be here with Secretary Austin, Secretary Raimondo. This administration is committed to leading a bipartisan, whole-of-government China strategy that advances U.S. interests and values and delivers to the American people. And to your point, Chair Murray, I think we do stand at an inflection point. The post-Cold War era is over. There is an intense competition underway to shape what comes next. China represents the most consequential geopolitical challenge that we face today. A country with the intent and increasingly the capability to challenge our vision for a free, open, secure, and prosperous international order. We cannot dictate Beijing's path. We cannot wait for China to change its trajectory. But we can put ourselves in a position of strength to compete intensely, to shape the broader strategic environment around China, and to advance our vision. We do not see conflict with China or a new Cold War. We're not trying to contain China. And in fact, the United States continues to have a comprehensive trade and investment relationship with China, as do most of our allies and partners. We are, however, resolute for de-risking and diversifying, not decoupling. That means investing in our own capacities and in a secure, resilient supply chain, pushing for a level playing field for our workers and companies, defending against harmful trade practices, and ensuring that the United States and allied technology is not used against us. We're also committed to working with allies and partners to advance a free and open Indo-Pacific, one that is at peace and grounded in respect for rules-based international order. When we talk about free and open, what we mean is this. We mean countries being free to choose their own path and their own partners. And the problems will be dealt with openly, not coercively. Rules will be reached transparently and applied fairly. Goods, ideas, and people will flow lawfully and freely across the land, seas, the skies, and cyberspace. The world is watching how we and Beijing manage this relationship. And it's in our best strategic interest to do so responsibly, in a way that promotes security and prosperity, and deliver solutions on shared challenges that matter to the American people and the people around the world. Last year, I had an opportunity to set out the administration's comprehensive PRC strategy to invest, align, and compete. We have made historic investments here at home, including the bipartisan infrastructure law, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, to strengthen our ability to compete. We've aligned our approach with key partners in Europe and Asia and beyond, working methodically to elevate our engagement around the world, and as a result, we have achieved greater convergence on how to deal with the challenges that China poses than ever before. As we compete, we will work to maintain open lines of communication at all levels with PRC to avoid miscalculation, to prevent competition from veering into conflict. Senior level engagements over the past few weeks demonstrate that commitment. We will purposely engage China not as a favor or with engagement as an end in and of itself, but in ways that reflect our values and where we can find areas of cooperation that are in our mutual interest. That's what the world expects from responsible powers. So, we'll push for progress on priorities like the climate crisis, macroeconomic stability, public health. We'll continue to press the need to curb the flow of precursors that exacerbate fentanyl and synthetic opioids and the crisis that they pose. And I very much appreciate the leadership of this committee on this most urgent challenge for the United States. We've heard from members in both parties, on both sides of the hill, that this unprecedented challenge requires an ambitious resource strategy. We very much agree. That's what the President's proposed FY 2024 State Department budget aims to do, give us the resources and the agility to advance our strategy. This budget positions the United States to up our game in the Indo-Pacific, the front line of our competition with China. The Indo-Pacific is the most dynamic and fastest growing region in the world. 50% of the world's population, 60% of global GDP, 8 of the top 15 U.S. export markets. It supports 3 million jobs here in the United States, provides about $900 billion in foreign direct investment for our country, and it's driven about 75% of global economic growth over the last 5 years. China, as it happens, invests a full 50% of its assistance and economic and diplomatic resources in the Indo-Pacific. Our budget proposal will allow us to further deepen our diplomatic footprint in the Indo-Pacific, from new missions in the Pacific Islands to a surge of new positions in the region and beyond, including in the areas of greatest contestation with Beijing, like technology, economics, and regional and international organizations. Beijing understands that diplomacy is a critical tool. That's why it's invested heavily in building up its own diplomatic capacity, its own diplomatic budget. And in fact, it's increased its diplomatic budget last year at a faster rate than its military. And today it has more diplomatic posts around the world than the United States. If we're serious about this competition, we have to demonstrate the same diplomatic seriousness and purpose across the board. Now, we're not demanding that other countries choose between us and China. Rather, we aim to offer a more attractive choice. We can spark a race to the top, so much the better. That would beat everyone. Our budget sets us up to work with like-minded partners to strengthen our own and ensure it's relevant and responsive to the needs and aspirations of people around the world. That's why the budget includes $2 billion in new investments in high-quality, sustainable infrastructure, rather than low-quality, opaque, extractive projects that leave countries mired in debt. It would invest $2 billion to bolster Indo-Pacific economies and help the United States compete in areas where the PRC currently dominates and in key priorities for the region, including maritime security, disease surveillance, clean energy, digital technology, undersea communications cables, critical mineral mining. And it contains over $7 billion to extend our economic engagement with the freely associated states via the Compacts of Free Association. That's a critical component of our Indo-Pacific and national security strategy. Altogether, these funding streams ensure that we can meet a generational challenge and demonstrate our long-term commitment on issues that matter most to key countries in the region, so that the United States remains the partner of choice. During this decisive decade, our efforts and investments, together with our partners, will determine whether we succeed in advancing our shared affirmative vision for the international system, or whether the PRC can erode or replace the global rules and norms that guarantee peace, security, and stability in the world. I'm grateful for this committee's partnership to sustain the resources and policies required by this challenge, and very much look forward to taking it further. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken. Secretary Raimondo.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Murray, Vice Chair Collins, and members of the committee. It's my pleasure to be here with you, with my colleagues, to have this opportunity to discuss President Biden's fiscal year 2024 budget request and our work as a whole of government approach to protect America's national and economic security and promote our competitiveness in the face of the very real and increasingly significant challenges from China. As has been said by my colleagues and by Senator Murray and Senator Collins, competing with China requires everyone on the field operating as a whole of government and working in a bipartisan way with Congress. It requires the use of the full extent of our economic, diplomatic, and military tools. And I am so honored to be here with my colleagues in doing this work together. And I look forward to working with you on a bipartisan basis with the Senate as you develop additional legislation building on the CHIPS and Science Act to ensure that we can compete and secure our economic future. The Commerce Department, in partnership with you, is leading the way in a bold domestic agenda, bringing advanced manufacturing in critical industries back to the United States. And at the same time, we have never been more aggressive in using our department's tools to address the threats from China. I want to say that again. This Commerce Department, under President Biden's leadership, has never been more aggressive in using our tools than we have been in the past few years. Today, I'd like to focus on 3 key areas of investment in the President's budget request for the Commerce Department that will strengthen our ability to outcompete China. First, this budget makes strategic investments in innovation, manufacturing, and supply chains. The fact of the matter is, without strong manufacturing and the jobs and innovation and technological leadership that flow from it, we are at a disadvantage in the race to invent and commercialize future technology. The numbers are in my written statement, but the budget supports funding for the National Institute of Standards and Technology, including the Manufacturing Extension Partnership and the International Trade Administration, which will improve American manufacturing capabilities, strengthen our supply chains, and improve our export capacity. Additionally, as has been mentioned today, thanks to the CHIPS and Science Act, the department is investing over $50 billion to strengthen, revitalize, and reshore domestic semiconductor manufacturing capacity and, critically, research and development. These investments, along with the department's new Tech Hubs initiative, which just on Friday released its first funding opportunity, will supercharge tech ecosystems all across this country and are absolutely crucial investments in order for us to compete and outcompete China. Second, the budget includes funding for the Bureau of Industry and Security to continue activities that strengthen U.S. national security, foreign policy, and our economy. Through our strategic use of export controls, including unprecedented restrictions imposed last October on China's access to advanced computing chips and semiconductor manufacturing equipment, BIS is preventing the use of U.S. technologies that enable China's military modernization, their human rights abuses, and other activities that are contrary to the United States national security and foreign policy interests. Currently, there are over 2,400 entities on the entity list that face restrictions on export controls. China and Russia represent the top 2. When we find conduct prohibited by our export controls, we take action. And I'm very proud to say that last month, the Commerce Department announced a $300 million civil penalty, the largest ever administrative penalty imposed against an American company for selling hard disk drives to Huawei without a license. Third and finally, the budget enables us to partner with our allies to advance our shared values and shape the strategic environment in which China operates, as Secretary Blinken just said. The budget includes funding for ITA to ensure that U.S. businesses and commercial interests have a robust advocate on foreign trade and market access barriers. This funding will help us counter China's economic coercion and enhance U.S. export competitiveness worldwide. The budget calls for increased funding for U.S. economic engagement in the Indo-Pacific. So this budget request is absolutely critical to our economic and national security. And without this funding, or with substantially reduced funding, make no mistake about it, we're putting both at risk. As has been said by Chair Murray, China is doubling down on its competition with the U.S. and investments, and we cannot afford to slow down now. So I look forward to the discussion we're having today, and I thank you for your time and your effort in this effort.
Thank you very much, Secretary Raimondo. We will now begin a round of 5-minute questions of our witnesses, and I do ask my colleagues to keep track of your time and stay within those 5 minutes. Each of you has testified about the importance of the investments the President's budget proposal makes in your agencies. I want to drill down for a minute and make clear to this committee what the stakes really are. If we do not pass bipartisan spending bills, if we end up flatlining spending and not making any policy decisions this year under a continuing resolution, or if we cut non-defense spending back by billions, what can you say in this open setting about the worst impacts and how far it will set us back in our ability to stay competitive with countries like China? And Secretary Austin, I will begin.
Thank you, Chair Murray. As I said before, no amount of money can make up for lost time. And as you said, Chair Murray, PRC is not waiting. Our budget reflects our strategy. We went to great pains to make sure that we linked our budget request to the strategy. And so without a budget, it's difficult to execute the strategy as designed. We can't execute new starts, severe impacts to procurement, and it will affect readiness and our ability to build out our infrastructure as well. Specifically, what that means, take shipbuilding, for example. We can expect a $9.7 billion or so impact to shipbuilding. Our production rate increases. We won't be able to accomplish those. We won't be able to award the second a contract for the second Columbia-class submarine. We won't be able to start the production on the Virginia-class submarines. It will delay our ability to get the critical munitions that we need for ourselves and also to support our allies and partners as well. Munitions like Gimlers, Tomahawks, and AMRAAMs and Mark 48 torpedoes, just to name a few things, Chair. And again, the list is pretty extensive.
Thank you. Secretary Blinken?
Yes, thank you very much. I just say two things. First, if you look at this overall from our perspective, before drilling down on China, if we were to end up in that world, our ability to do things that on a bipartisan basis, Congress supports, including support for Ukraine and its neighbors, including countering harmful PRC influence and resourcing our Indo-Pacific strategy, including maintaining our leadership in everything from humanitarian assistance to global food security, we would be severely hindered in doing that. We'd also have real challenges when it comes to the investments that we need to make in security and upgrades, physical and cyber, leaving our personnel, leaving our facilities, leaving our cyber defense more vulnerable than it otherwise would be. More specifically, in this region and with regard to China, we have in the budget a number of items that are critical in our judgment, being able to effectively counter China's growing influence in virtually every region of the world. It would reduce our efforts to engage and build the kinds of partnerships we need to push back against that influence and make sure that the United States remains the partner of choice. We have, among many other things, funding provided in the budget to make significant investments and to enable us to catalyze private sector investment in critical infrastructure, in mining critical materials and rare earth materials, in making sure that we can help develop secure communications networks, undersea cables, and secure cyberspace. In these and so many other ways, we would be significantly hindered. Beyond that, the investments that we need to make in our own personnel, expanding our missions in the Indo-Pacific, as we're in the process of doing, making sure that we attract and train the most effective talent, particularly when it comes to dealing with China. All of that would be hindered. And finally, and it's hard to quantify this, I think we'd be sending a broader message of retreat at a very time when we need to be sending the opposite message.
Secretary Raimondo. You want to turn on your...
Excuse me. Can you hear me? Yes. The Commerce Department is involved in both our offensive strategy, which is to say investing, in our defensive strategy, which is to say protecting our technology. So I'd like to very quickly highlight 3 ways that we would be very significantly impaired in our ability to meet the China challenge. First, BIS. So if we were to go back to 2022 levels, that would be about 125 fewer people in BIS. That's 125 fewer people to do end-use checks around export controls, Last year, we did 1,100 end-use checks in 54 countries, the vast majority related to China. With 125 fewer people, we would not be able to do all we do, and U.S. technology would get into the hands of line actors in China. ITA, we have foreign commercial service officers in 79 countries all over the world. We would have to cut at a time when China is expanding. We wouldn't be present in Africa and South America, in the Indo-Pacific, in the way that we want to be. And finally, as it relates to investment, as you said, Senator Murray, we need to invest. NIST has the federal government's smartest minds around artificial intelligence and cyber. We need to be investing in that. We currently have $1 billion backlog of deferred maintenance at NIST. At the same time, China is investing in new facilities of their NIST equipment. So I'll stop there in the interest of time, but it's significant.
Thank you very much. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Blinken, what specifically is the State Department doing to deter China from continuing to send to Mexico the precursor ingredients and the pill presses for fentanyl that eventually makes its way into the United States?
Thank you very much. Step back for 1 second. In 2019, China agreed to schedule fentanyl related substances. Positive development there was that the export of fentanyl itself to the United States more or less ended. However, what emerged in its place is exactly what you described, and that is the fabrication of precursor chemicals, many, if not all of them, perfectly illicit, but then illegally diverted to the production of fentanyl, often made in Mexico and then, as you know, shipped into the United States. We have been, in every single engagement that we've had with China, pressing this issue, and particularly pressing China to take action to get control of the illicit diversion of precursors into fentanyl and other synthetic opioids. China's response has been a number of things, including their view that this is a demand problem for the United States, and that while they schedule fentanyl, we have not. So this is an argument. In the absence of that, we've sanctioned Chinese individuals and Chinese entities that we have found taking part in this diversion. At the same time, we're building an international coalition of countries on fentanyl and on synthetic opioids to make this a global challenge. And here's why, and here's how this will affect China. What we're seeing, because our market has tragically become saturated, we are seeing criminal enterprises push to make new markets in other parts of the world, in Europe and in Asia. As a result, the demand signal on China to take effective action, I'm convinced, is going to grow, and not just from us, from other parts of the world. China's going to have to decide whether it wants to be responsive to that demand signal, or whether it's going to continue to allow one way or another the diversion of these chemicals. We will continue to take resolute action wherever we find those who are engaged in the diversion. And at the same time, we would be better off if we could secure genuine cooperation with China in helping us to deal with this
We
problem.
have that now.
We do not have that.
Correct. I mean, China's not only providing the precursor chemicals, it's now providing the pill presses that are used by the cartels.
And the only thing I'd add, Chair, is that this, of course, is and has to be a comprehensive effort, starting with the actions that we're taking at home, moving to the work that we're doing on the border, then to the work that we're doing with Mexico, which is absolutely vital, and then the broader international community, to include, of course, China.
Secretary Austin, last year Congress authorized up to $1 billion to send existing DoD weapons to Taiwan, consistent with the Taiwan Relations Act. You've testified that the administration intends to exercise this authority, and there were press reports just last week that the administration was contemplating a $500 million package for Taiwan. Will the administration be requesting the necessary funding to backfill any U.S. weapons and munitions that are provided to Taiwan, as we have done with Ukraine, so that there is no net loss to the U.S. military capability as a result of the package under consideration by the administration?
Thanks, Vice Chair. First of all, let me thank Congress for what you've done to provide us with the authority to effect presidential drawdown. That's critical in our efforts to provide Taiwan what it needs for its self-defense going forward. And you are correct. We are working on that initiative, and we hope to have an action forthcoming here in the near term. We will absolutely need to have the appropriations to replace those things which we provide, and so, Vice Chair, we won't hesitate to come forward and ask for what we need to make sure that we maintain our stocks.
Thank you.
Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to each of you for being here. I have brought along with me two maps that I know are you have seen before, Secretary Austin, because they're done by the Department of Defense. And I brought them because I think it shows very clearly the challenge that we had. These are of China's influence in Latin America and in Africa. And if you look at the maroon color in Latin America, Central and South America, everything that's in maroon, all of those countries are members of the Belt and Road Initiative. 21 of 31 countries in Central and South America, members of the Belt and Road Initiative. In Africa, it also shows the challenge that we have. Now, Secretary Blinken, you said in your opening remarks that the PRC, People's Republic of China, has more diplomatic posts around the world than we do. We can't effectively compete if we don't have qualified, confirmed ambassadors in place. And that's important not just for each country, but also for the multilateral bodies where China is busy building support, while in many cases we don't have anyone serving. So I appreciate that the Biden administration has accelerated the announcement of key nominations in recent weeks, but we're still waiting on the appointment of a special envoy to Belarus at a time when Lukashenko is making visits to China. The administration hasn't nominated an ambassador to Haiti or the Dominican Republic, and it only just appointed Ambassador Markell to serve in Italy, which of course is welcome news, but it's taken over 2 years to get there. I recognize that the holdup here is largely in the Senate. I call on my colleagues, particularly those people who are holding en masse ambassadorial nominations, from coming to the floor. But we also don't have an ambassador to the Arctic region, where both Russia and China are looking to gain strategic foothold. We can't get our ambassador to the African Union confirmed when we're in the middle of a conflict in Sudan, and where China is expanding their Belt and Road Initiative. In countries like Montenegro and Georgia, China is seeking to make strategic investments while our nominees are being held on the Senate floor. So can you, Secretary Blinken, speak to how many ambassadorships are currently open and pending before the Senate, and then whether there are specific important ambassadorships that we should be taking up as soon as possible because we have strategic interests at stake?
Senator, thank you for raising that. As I mentioned, China now has a handful more diplomatic posts around the world than we do. We have 173 missions. They have roughly 180. Each one of theirs has a fully accredited ambassador. We currently have 14 nominees on the floor, pending confirmation, many of whom have been in this process for a year or more. We have another 40 who are somewhere else in the process, going through their hearings and evaluation by the committee. So we're acting at a deficit, at a disadvantage. China is able not only to be present in new places, but it's got fully accredited ambassadors in each of them. And that makes a difference. As good as our chargés are, as good as our DCMs are, and they're terrific, it's simply not the same thing. What happens, and I've seen this time and again, is that a foreign leader, head of government, head of state, will engage with one of our Senate-confirmed chargés are, as good as our DCMs are, and a foreign leader, head of government, head of state, will engage with one of our Senate-confirmed ambassadors, but may be more reluctant to engage with someone who is there filling in until an accredited ambassador can get there. That leaves a vacuum. And guess who fills the vacuum? Increasingly, it's China. So we're penalizing ourselves if we're not getting our full team on the field as quickly as possible. It's simply not a serious way to compete.
And what would you say to those people who say, I'm very concerned about the PRC as a part of our great power competition as we're looking at the challenges that we face. But I'm not willing to vote for the ambassadors who are going to be there in countries to help us with this fight.
Well, I think there's a contradiction, and I would hope that everyone who is invested in making sure we can compete effectively, and I believe that's probably every member of this body, in both parties, will take account of the impact of not having accredited ambassadors in every country that we need them. And to your point, I'm looking at your map, and we see that China is active on every continent, seeking to advance its influence. Again, we're not there, we're not competing.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Brown.
Thank you. I have a letter from myself and Senator Toombs. I'd like to introduce in the record about what our subcommittee has done to deal with China. Thank you. Secretary Austin, I've been telling my constituents in South Carolina that if we fold in Ukraine and let Putin have his way with the Ukraine, China's more likely to invade Taiwan. Do you agree with that?
I agree, Senator. Not only China, but we'll see other bad actors around the world try to do the same.
I couldn't agree with you more. So how we deal with other bad actors in the world matters. Do you believe our disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan emboldened our enemies, Secretary Austin?
Senator, as you know, there were three things that happened in it.
I don't have time for three things. Do you believe it emboldened our enemies? And if you don't, you've missed a lot.
I don't, Senator.
Okay, good. Months ago, that China was on the verge of supplying lethal aid to Russia. Was that accurate when you said it?
It was, Senator.
We all agree we want China not to help Russia, right? Here's an idea. 100 U.S. senators recommended to you that we declare Russia a state sponsor of terrorism to deter people like China from giving them weapons. Here we are, months later, and nothing's happened. And Ms. Secretary, I like you a lot, but you're never going to designate Russia a state sponsor of terrorism, are you?
Never say never.
Well, I can pretty well say China sees all talk here. If you're really worried about China giving weapons to Russia, instead of picking up the phone and calling the Chinese, please don't do that, why don't you get 100 U.S. senators to pass a law telling China, if you give up one bullet, we're going to sanction the hell out of you. Yes, please. Very quick.
I think China has taken account of the.
So you think they've been deterred?
Of the unprecedented sanctions and export controls that we have wielded against Russia.
So you think making Russia a state sponsor of terrorism would not send a stronger signal to China, don't help the Russians?
I think the authorities that we have and we've used, which are
Well, I
just
just
been
can't.
very effective.
Okay,
Let's send a clear message.
Yeah, let's go to Iran. Is Iran a state sponsor of terrorism under U.S. law? Madam Secretary.
Yes.
Okay, they're sanctioned to the hilt, right? Okay, do you realize that Iran's oil revenue went up 20% last month?
I know it's gone up.
Yeah, it's gone up 20% every month. Why? Because of China. So this idea that we have a strong China policy is a bunch of crap. It's not the budget will deter China. It's our will to take on people like China. So I think we're in a real world of hurt. Let's talk about the Navy. You know, the chairman criticized the House budget proposal. I quite frankly understand some of your concerns. A CR would be disastrous, I agree. Secretary Austin, the CNO of the Navy, said we needed 373 manned ships and 150 unmanned ships to deal with the threats we face. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that he said that we will.
What do you agree with?
I agree with the plan that the Navy is out.
Well, here's what the Navy said. For us to get 373 ships, what we need I would think the Navy is really important to deter China, that we'd have to spend 5% over inflation to reach that goal. Are you aware of the fact that the budget you proposed to this committee spends 1.7% under inflation?
I am. It's under current rates. by
Okay,
menu.
well, I would say that you're never going to get the 373 ships if you got to spend 5% over inflation, and the budget is 1.7% below inflation. And here's what the committee needs to know. Under the budget proposed by the president, we go from 296 ships this year to 291 in FY28. China has 340 ships, and by 2025 they'll have 400, and we project by 2030 they'll have 440 ships. So we're not doing what we need to be doing to let China know we're serious about playing in their backyard. So this idea of countering China cannot be looked in the budget vacuum, how many diplomats we have on the ground. Everything we've done in the last 2 years, in my view, has made every bad actor more emboldened. And it started with Afghanistan. And the Iranians are making more money under sanctions, not less. And China's the biggest reason we're not doing a damn thing about it. We have a chance here in bipartisan fashion to send a signal before it's too damn late. And when it comes to Ukraine, I appreciate this committee's bipartisan action, but I can tell you right now, if the Department of Defense doesn't provide the ICC with the evidence necessary to prosecute Russia, and you're holding it up, we're sending yet another signal that we're all taught when it comes to bad actors. So you may be pleased with what you're doing, but I am not.
Thank you, Chair Murray. Vice Chair Collins, thank you for the forbearance of my colleagues, given my timing demands. And thank you to our witnesses in front of us. Having the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, Secretary of Commerce jointly appear in front of us is a reinforcement of the need for a joint approach to reinforcing U.S. national security, our diplomacy, development, economic competitiveness in the face of the very real challenge of the PRC. I will, just at the outset, repeat what we heard from the chair, which is that we cannot default and we cannot fail to appropriate. Xi Jinping has assessed the United States as a flawed and failing political and economic system. Nothing we could do would reinforce that impression more than defaulting on our national debt or failing to appropriate. Let me turn to some of the investments asked for in this year's budget that will advance our joint goal. Secretary Blinken, Raimondo, you saw the posters that Senator Shaheen put up in the global south, whether in Latin America, Africa, the Pacific Islands, Southeast Asia. We see that the global south is increasingly aligning with Chinese economic and foreign policy, not because they fail to appreciate the risks of debt burden diplomacy, not because they perceive China's alternative governance model as better, but because they say over and over, the absence of an American presence. We have to show up. It is a challenge of presence and engagement, strategic communication, providing credible alternatives, particularly regarding economic investment. We're both on the board of the Development Finance Corporation. It's a critical new resource to compete with the Belt and Road Initiative, and it's investing billions in development projects with key partners around the globe. Speak, if you would, to what authorities and resources does the DFC need to maximize its impact to meet this moment? And what else are you proposing in this budget to address these critical challenges of engagement to push back on China's investment globally? Secretary Blinken. Thank you very much, Senator. And just before I get to that, just for the record, and I'm sorry that Senator Graham is over here, but we have sanctioned 40 different entities for oil trade with Iran. Of the 40 that we've sanctioned, 17 are China. With regard to these investments, Senator, I could not agree with you more. And it is vital for us to be able to compete effectively, and in particular, because this is our comparative advantage, to catalyze private sector investment. We are not going to match China dollar for dollar with the state investment. The way we do it is by catalyzing private sector investment. The DFC is one of the most critical vehicles for doing that. What we proposed in the budget is a mandatory allocation for the DFC, in addition to its regular budget, that would allow us to create, in effect, a new revolving fund that would boost equity investments in viable development to leverage private capital and also to counter some of the predatory lending that we see coming from China. This would, in a number of ways, support the very kinds of projects that both people want and need, and that advance our position strategically. Mineral mining and reprocessing, wireless networks, undersea cables, ports, roads, rails, medical manufacturing, different parts of the world, water and sanitation. I'll give you just one example quickly of something that's already in train. In FY22, we have a DFC investment of just $30 million that is allowing us to produce critical minerals mining, a platform to support nickel and cobalt mining in Brazil, something that is essential to the technology of the century. In addition, airport in Sierra Leone, an African investment fund for digital infrastructure. It's a long way of saying we need to make sure that the DFC is well capitalized, that it also has the flexibilities, particularly to make equity investments. This is what our partners are looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Secretary Lemon.
Yes, thank you, Senator. And thank you for your leadership as it relates to the DFC. I agree with everything that Secretary Blinken has said. Our ability to counter China requires us to show up. It requires us to show up in embassies, and it requires us to show up on the ground with money. And that includes U.S. private capital. And so the DFC, I would argue, plays a more important role now and in the years to come than it ever has. It is, as the Secretary said, critical minerals, but it's also basic infrastructure. Basic investments in infrastructure, roads and bridges, clean energy, clean infrastructure. And the DFC can provide concessionary finance, for example, to draw forward a great deal of U.S. private capital. I can tell you this, in all of my travels, and I will be going this summer to Africa, in all of my travels, the United States is the source of choice over China. And the DFC, working with us, will help us to show up with the capital that's so sorely needed.
Thank you, Bill.
Senator Moran.
Senator Collins, thank you. Secretaries, thank you for being here. Let me start with Secretary Raimondo. Welcome back. You and I have had a chance to see some aviation and aerospace activities in our country. The RAND Corporation recently testified that for each three of the aviation categories, military, commercial, and general, the United States is ahead of China and competitive with, or better than, the rest of them. However, and I quote, China continues to close the gap with the United States. Secretary Raimondo, aviation and aerospace plays a critical role in both our economic and national security. In light of the China continuing closing the gap, their advances in this field, and the Chinese Communist Party's explicit intention to challenge U.S. dominance, what can policymakers do to ensure the U.S. remains a global leader in aviation, aerospace, and the innovation that is associated with both?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. There are a number of things we can do, but one thing in particular that I would point to at the Department of Commerce that we are doing is investing in tech hubs. There are regions all around the country that have expertise in aviation, skills, R&D, talent, etc. Not necessarily in New York City and San Francisco. And so by investing in tech hubs all across America and identifying areas of excellence, including in aerospace and aviation, making those investments to draw together the public sector and private sector and research universities, that is the way we stay ahead. That is the way we stay ahead of China. Investing in R&D, investing in every nook and cranny of this country to tap into the full extent of our innovation and talent, and investing in our workforce.
Thank you, Secretary. Secretary Austin, anything you would add in regard to the value of technology, capabilities in aerospace and aviation, generally as a manufacturing component, as a research component of our country? What does it mean to our national defense?
Well, first of all, I absolutely agree with the Secretary, and that's why you see us asking to invest some $146 billion in RDT&E. It's the largest request for research and development that we've ever made. And you also see us continuing to invest in our air forces. We're asking for some $60 billion plus to make sure that we maintain a dominant air force. If you look at things that we're doing with respect to making sure that we maintain that edge, I think the radar that we unveiled, the B-21 radar that we unveiled in December is clear evidence of our focus on making sure that we remain up front and we go after the capabilities that are necessary to support our warfighting concepts. So we will continue to do that. I think we're investing in the right thing and appreciate Congress's support.
Secretary Blinken, during your appropriations subcommittee hearing, I asked you about trade, and particularly the updated TPP agreement that we are not a part of. And I would highlight this as well for Secretary Raimondo. Your answer, I don't mean that you were cavalier in your answer, but your answer was hard. TPP was a good agreement, but we moved on since then. The world has changed. And I took those words and researched what many countries are saying. In fact, they're asking us to engage in this trade agreement. Countries in the South Pacific, Australia, for example, Thailand. And I just would highlight again for both of you, Secretary Raimondo and Secretary Blinken, the importance of trade. We need the relationships that perhaps you've described using diplomacy and diplomats, State Department officials, relationships. But in my view, one of the pillars that's missing in this administration's efforts to connect the rest of the world and the United States together is trade agreements in which we are not negotiating and not pursuing. And I think it's a mistake for our country's economy, and I think it's a mistake for our country's national security. The rest of the world needs to see economic benefits by being aligned. And I can tell you China does an excellent job of demonstrating, at least up front, temporarily, what an ally and supporter they are of other countries' economies.
Senator, I very much appreciate your perspective on this. Let me just say very quickly two things. First, some of the investments that we're talking about and vehicles for those investments financed in the president's budget are actually critical to delivering what people are looking for and need in country after country around the world, and doing it in a way, as I said, it's a race to the top, not the race to the bottom that we sometimes see with investment coming from China. Second, we are very focused on putting in place and implementing the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, or IPEF. We have 14 countries that have signed on to do that. It includes trade facilitation, particularly with regard to digital trade. It includes supply chain diversification and resilience. It includes work on clean economy that many of these countries are looking for, including the financing development of such an economy. And it includes a pillar on combating corruption and other things that erode the efforts to actually make trade investment work. We found great enthusiasm for that among the countries that have signed on. As I said, they're now 14. And we are working overtime to actually put that on the rails and make it work.
Mr. Secretary, China has requested to engage in that, to enter that agreement, and Great Britain has entered as well. Other countries are finding the value that I wish we could see. Thank you.
Senator Tester.
Thank you, Senator Collins, and I want to thank you for being here today. We have heard and we know some of the things China's doing, what they're doing with their military, they're doing with money manipulation, what they're doing with the precursors of fentanyl, cyber attacks, harmful trade policies, opposition to a free and open Pacific. And Senator Shaheen talked about the Belt and Roads Initiative, what they've done worldwide with railroad, what they're doing with technology for now. On the other side of the equation, we've got the United States of America, the greatest country on earth that has access to the folks who came before us and made good decisions. Unfortunately, we're not in that boat. The folks here in Congress, I think, have forgotten what our mission is. We're dealing with the debt ceiling on money that we've already spent, which will cause us to go into default, which will cause us to go into a depression if not remedied. Folks will lose retirement. We could even lose over to reserve funds. We're dealing with an individual who's holding all our flag officers in the military. And I've talked to Secretary Austin about how many that is. We talked, Senator Shaheen talked about the ambassadors who've been held on the floor. And we've got a situation where we're probably on the cusp of going to a CR, which I know the chairman of this committee despise, as do I. But if we don't get our act together, that's exactly what we're doing. That doesn't make us stronger, that makes China stronger. And it's not on any youth leaders, it's on the United States Congress. And so we need to wake up, because this is a real threat. Secretary Austin, I want to ask you about weapons modernization. How does our weapon modernization compare to China's efforts in weapon modernization?
Thanks, Senator. First of all, let me tell you that I truly maintain, believe that we have the competitive edge, and we're going to work to maintain that competitive edge going forward. And so that's why you see us looking to invest not only in research and development, but also $60 billion to maintain the Air Force that we believe we need. Another $48 billion to invest in maintaining the world's greatest Navy. And I'll bet on our Navy versus any other Navy any day of the week. And also $11 billion to invest in long-range fires, and that includes hypersonics. So we're pushing hard to make sure that that we're going after the right capabilities that will help us maintain the edge in the future, now and in the future. And that's why we're asking you for the budget that we're asking.
Are there any areas that you would talk about in this type of session where you would say we're behind in the technology?
I would like to have a conversation in secure.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for that. Look, I heard directly from folks in Montana about the impression the Chinese is buying land in our great state. We've seen some reports out of North Dakota. And I think it's not only about food security, it's actually more even about the national security of both of you can afford. Look, I know this isn't an easy method of practice. I think there's 30 bills out there on foreign ownership of land, China, Russia, I guess the general question is, are you guys in any of your capacities, and if it's not within your ability, which that's fine, seeing any evidence the Chinese are buying land? And are they doing it themselves from Chinese companies, or are they potentially doing it for show? I'll start with you, Secretary.
So, Senator, to put this in perspective, and again, not my area of expertise, but based on the facts that we can see, I think about 3% of our farmland is foreign ownership. And of that 3%, a very small percentage is owned by Chinese individuals and Chinese entities, which doesn't mean there's not an issue, because depending, for example, on where that farmland happens to be situated, there may be an issue, but I wanted to put it in perspective. And we're well aware of a number of bills, both federal and state, that would place restrictions of one kind or another on foreign ownership to include Chinese ownership of agricultural land. The Committee on Foreign Investment, CFIUS here, looks, as you know, at anything that might involve a strategic investment that could pose a threat to our security. I leave that to them. That's in the province of the Treasury Department. Needless to say, we look very carefully at any investment from anywhere, but notably from China that could pose a threat in one way or another to security.
I am out of time. Neither one of you can respond to this in writing unless you got a real quick response. I would just say this. There are a number of bills out there, and I think you're spot on. It's not quantity, it's quality. And if it's the wrong site, we'll tell you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. So, thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair. And thank you all for being here with us today in your service. Secretary Blinken, I heard your response to Senator Collins' question on fentanyl. I come from the state that has the largest amount of overdose deaths per capita than any other state in the union. A lot of this is directly attributable to fentanyl. What I heard in your answer was highly insufficient, because I don't have the impression that we're pressing hard enough. I don't know. We were in Mexico about a month ago, talking with the president there to try to help with that. You said things going on the border. We all know that this drug is flowing across our southern border. Can you give me a better answer here and give us some hope that we can really clamp down on this illicit killing of the drug?
Thank you very much, Senator. And first of all, let me be very clear that I could not agree with you more on the imperative of this challenge. As you know very well, this is the #1 killer of Americans aged 18 to 49. And as we also know, last year we seized enough fentanyl to kill every single American. That's what we seized. There's a lot more out there. So this is at the very top of our priority list. What I was trying to suggest earlier is that we have to deal with this, and we are across the entire spectrum of the issue, by which I mean this. There's obviously work that we're doing that's very significant in terms of what's happening here at home, including demand, treatment, recovery. That's a critical component. I was just in Denver visiting the, among other things, the police department, the City Summit of the Americas. We brought together 250 mayors from across our hemisphere. One of the things we focused on was fentanyl synthetic opioids, precisely because this is a problem that's coming to them as it's already come to us. The border is obviously critically important. The most important thing is this: 95% of the fentanyl that's coming into the United States from across the border is coming through legal ports of entry, as best we can tell. That means the technology, among other things, that we need to get to our border to screen for this, which we're doing, is a critical component. Mexico, you could not be more right, a vital, necessary partner in this. Now, I've spent, more important, President Biden spent many hours with President Lopez Obrador on this issue. And I would say that we've seen both glass half full and glass half empty. Glass half full, we saw record levels of seizures of fentanyl by Mexican authorities last year. We've seen far more people dedicated to trying to interdict the fentanyl, to break up the labs, etc. We now have a cooperation agreement with them that goes not just to law enforcement, but that also goes to their regulatory agencies. This is a critical component. But clearly, more effort and more resources need to be dedicated. Finally, the broad picture, sorry.
The China.
China, yes. So, as we were discussing before, the critical piece of this right now is the diversion of illicit precursors, actually illicit precursors that turn into illicit fentanyl. And right now, China is or Chinese entities
Are
is
you
the leading.
communicating with them now
We are
every day
communicating
on
every
this?
single engagement. I think, and I can say that without pure contradiction. I think every single engagement I've had with the Chinese.
When was your last engagement?
Last engagement was in Munich, this is a couple of months ago.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I'm not the only one. Every official that we have who's engaged with China, including officials in my department, this is at the top of the agenda. So we have one or two ways this is going to work. Either we are going to elicit genuine cooperation from China on this, and as I said earlier, there's going to be a growing global demand for that cooperation, because the problem that started here, as you know, is moving around the world. So we are building, you'll see in a few weeks, a coalition of countries coming together to work together on dealing with synthetic opioids, notably fentanyl. So that demand signal is going to grow stronger and stronger. In the absence, though, of cooperation, we have already sanctioned a number of Chinese enterprises and entities for engaging in the transfer of precursors to fentanyl.
We know if we can stop the ingredient from getting to where they're produced, much less pill pressing. I didn't realize China is now sending into Mexico. If you look at methamphetamine, when it first came on to the drug scene probably 20 years ago, what did our state governments do? Our state, stopped the flow of Sudafed. You had to get it behind the counter because that was one of the ingredients. And guess what? It will hurt. If you can get rid of the ingredients, you can really
exactly right.
make a huge difference here. So whatever we can do, I think it's just horrifying what we see happening. Well, I understand the issue. I understand we need to work on prevention. That stuff we can do. But I would just press you, and I know you're pressing hard, but we just got to press harder here because this is a national disaster. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Sharp.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to all the secretaries for being here. Secretary Blinken, the PRC remains the world's worst environment for internet freedom. Given its global influence, political advantages, and repressive use of technology, and the PRC's relatively inexpensive products, there's concern that this could further increase the number of countries without a free internet. How important are tools like the Open Technology Fund, which helps to create circumvention tools in pushing free access to information?
Senator, there are a number of things that are critical, and that's one of making sure that we're able to get in the hands of people, organizations around the world, the tools that we have and are available to circumvent efforts to stifle their ability to communicate. Something, by the way, that we've done in Iran since the protests broke out and the efforts to crack down on the ability of people to communicate. So these are vital tools, but there's an even bigger picture that I can do. And that is the competition that we're engaged in to see who is going to actually build the communications networks of the future, as well as the present. We have across the board countries that are investing in 5G. We want to make sure that they use, as we call it in this business, trusted vendors, not untrusted vendors. And our diplomacy has been intensely engaged in working with countries to do that. Part of that is getting countries to adopt investment screening mechanisms. We've had some success over the last couple of years in getting countries to do just that, to make sure that they have the tools to detect someone who's trying to make an investment in their country, including in critical technologies and communications infrastructure, whether that's someone or an entity that they can trust. So the macro picture is very important, and then individual technology that we can help get into the hands of people to circumvent suppression for them as well.
A couple of legislative matters I want you to comment on, please. I'll just give it to you, particularly related. How important would it be if we were able to ratify the Law of the Sea Treaty? And as ambassador, you hopefully land these negotiations of the Compact of Free Association with our brothers and sisters in the Pacific Islands. I'm wondering if you could speak to the importance of implementing legislation and follow through with the COFA nations.
So on the latter, we've made very significant progress in getting expanding, extending these agreements. They are vital to our Indo-Pacific strategy, vital to our overall national security strategy. As you know very well, these island nations in the North Pacific are basically what stands between us and further reaches of the Pacific. We have long-standing agreements with them. It was vital to make sure that having negotiated their extension, that we provide the resources necessary.
Along the sea.
Along the sea, well, in my judgment, not being part of that is self-inflicted wound. We see again and again, country after country in Southeast Asia, pointing to the law of the sea to assert their maritime rights, as opposed to the rights that China is asserting that bear no relationship to the law. And when we point this out, when we call out China for making maritime claims that are not based on law, they say, well, you don't have much standing to speak about that because you haven't ratified law of the sea. My response to them has been, it's true. We didn't ratify it, but we abide by it. You ratify it, but you don't abide by it. Nonetheless, it would be tremendously helpful.
It's a good line. I think it's the best you can do, but
Not
the
right.
best we can do is to ratify the law.
That's
So,
right.
Secretary Austin, could you take those two questions as well, the COFA question and the law of the sea?
I agree with Secretary Blinken that these are partners that are really, really important to us. As you know, Senator, a significant portion of their residents actually serve in the military or are serving in the military, so they're very, very supportive. And where they are in terms of geography is absolutely critical. And so we're leading into this and helping Secretary Blinken's people do everything that we can as a team to get this across the goal line. But the point that he made I think is absolutely critical. And I agree with Secretary Blinken that we live by the law of the sea, and so it will make sense to ratify.
Thank you.
Senator Kennedy. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you all for being here. Secretary Blinken, have you ever visited any of the 15 Pacific Island nation states?
I have, yes.
They're wonderful people, aren't they? And they have well-placed pride in their countries, do they not? Can we agree that these 15 independent Pacific Island nation states are just that? They're independent countries. They're not just dots that some world leaders see out of their plane windows when they are traveling to meetings elsewhere.
That is good.
And can we agree that that China is making a concerted effort to try to bring these independent countries within the ambit of the Communist Party of China?
Okay.
And we agree that America should have a deeper. Strike. Let me rephrase that, Mr. Secretary. Putting China aside, do you agree with me that it is the prudent and moral thing to do to have deeper engagement with our fellow countries in the Pacific, particularly in terms of trade and investment?
Very much so. Yes.
Would you support showing the 15 Pacific Island nation states the respect and dignity that they deserve by creating an ambassadorship just for these 15 Pacific Island nation states to be appointed by the President of the United States and confirmed by the United States Senate?
Senator, it's something that we're looking at, but let me just put this in context. As you rightly said, these are independent sovereign countries, which is exactly why we have been engaged in a very intense effort to actually get embassies and to have ambassadors in more of these countries. And as you know, right now, we've opened an embassy in the Solomon Islands, we've opened one in Tonga, we have one pending in Kiribati, and we're also doing the same thing in Vanuatu. So having these bilateral ambassadors is critical. As you also know, President Biden.
Mr. Secretary, can I interrupt?
Yeah, please.
I'm really sorry, but we have limited time.
Please.
And I have followed the efforts of the Biden administration in this regard. But what I'm talking about is pointing and not relying on other envoys or ambassadors. I'm talking about creating a new ambassadorship for the 15 Pacific Island nation states appointed by the President and confirmed by the Senate, who would spend her or his time traveling to all of the island states, talking about trade, investment, and listening.
So, Senator, I'd say two things to that. One, I think it is important that we continue to engage these countries independently, given their independent sovereign status. But to your point, and I agree, this is important, we have appointed a senior envoy to the Pacific Islands Forum. This is the main body, as you know, that brings all of these islands together. We appointed someone who's a deeply experienced ambassador.
It's not created in law.
It's not. It's an appointment by the Secretary of State.
So a new president could come in and say, we don't want to do this anymore. That's what it's here.
That's right.
What I'm talking about, if the Pacific Island countries are so important, and I think they are, and I think I've heard you say they are, let me ask you again, would you support creating an ambassador level status? I don't care what you call it, but it would be an ambassador level status appointed by the President and confirmed by the United States. What's wrong with that?
I would just say, Senator, first, the senior envoy that we have, who is former ambassador to several of these countries, in effect, fulfills that function. So that's important.
But he's not an ambassador. He's appointed by the President. I'm talking about making this permanent.
Well, of course, the future president could decide not to appoint ambassador to any given country.
Well, but why wouldn't we want to embed this in law and give the Pacific Island countries the respect they deserve?
I'd be happy to pursue this with you. I think what we're hearing.
I just happen to have a business.
I'm very happy to look at it.
Yeah,
Come back to you.
Would you?
Yes.
I really think that we have not given, I'm not criticizing you. I just think that we haven't given these countries the respect they deserve. And the best way to do that would be to give them a permanent ambassador
I think that we should pursue this conversation. I really welcome doing that. What I'm,
I'm gonna put you down. as-
Yep.
Yeah.
to talk about it, absolutely.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bowman. Thank you, Madam Chair, and Ranking Member for convening this very important hearing. And thank you to our secretaries for being here today. Secretary Raimondo, I want to thank you for including in your testimony the importance of the Tech Hub program. And you've also responded to a number of questions referencing the importance of that program. And I certainly appreciate your leadership of the Department of Commerce. As a member of both the Commerce Committee and this Appropriations Committee, I work both on the authorization side and the funding side of the regional Tech Hub program. And our committee delivered an initial $500 million investment to get it started. So I look forward to working with you and my colleagues on this committee to develop tech hubs in more geographically diverse parts of the country, which I agree is needed to ensure our economy can compete with China. Fiscal year 24, in this coming fiscal year, Congress needs to deliver additional funding for the program to help ensure U.S. global economic and technological leadership. And the only way we can get this done is by passing robust bipartisan appropriations bills in a timely manner. But my question for you is actually on a different priority under your purview at Commerce, and that's trade enforcement. As Secretary of Commerce, you are a member of the Forced Labor Enforcement Task Force, which was established by the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. That legislation also specifically tasks the Secretary of Commerce, along with the Director of National Intelligence, with consulting on the development of a strategy to ensure U.S. supply chains are free of forced labor in China. So, Secretary, could you both explain the nature of that undertaking, but also, importantly, the impact that reduced funding or even a continuing resolution would have on the important work being done at Commerce to combat forced labor in China? Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon. First, very briefly on tech hubs, I do want to reiterate that Chips and Science authorized a $10 billion investment, which I think is about right. And so $500 million is barely a down payment. I am very grateful for $500 million. We're hard at work. We're going to run a pilot program. I believe it'll be spectacular. However, as you correctly say, we definitely need more money. The president's budget this year, I believe, calls for another $2 billion, $1.4 billion. With respect to trade, we take trade enforcement incredibly seriously. And in this regard, I've always said, America can outcompete China if we all play by the same rules. And China doesn't play by the same rules in trade. They flood our market with heavily subsidized goods and undercut our prices and undercut our industry. And as you say, there is often forced labor in the supply chain. And we should have zero tolerance for forced labor in that supply chain. Right now, one of the things that we do at the Commerce Department is at any given time, we are enforcing between 600 and 700 countervailing duties, anti-dumping countervailing duties, many of which relate to China's unfair practices. Any cut in our funding would massively inhibit our ability to do that. We barely have enough people to do it now. And that would affect the Uyghur issue, you say, but also anything else that China is doing to undercut any of our industries.
Thank you. Secretary Austin, in fiscal year 2023, the committee supported, our committee supported the establishment of an industrial base expansion and shipyard infrastructure initiative specific to the Constellation-class frigate, a ship that is currently being built in Wisconsin. This program will now be supported by a workforce development initiative that will equip our workers with the specialized skills required to support the domestic shipbuilding base.
as well as keep the Navy on track to expand the fleet. This year, I'm again advocating for this program to continue to receive funding because we know that sustained investment is critical to the health and stability of our defense industry. Again, the only way we will get this done is by passing robust bipartisan bills on time. Secretary Oswald, can you speak to how the workforce investments that we've been funding, like this program, keep our nation competitive and secure?
It goes without saying, Senator, thank you for the question, our workforce is absolutely critical. As we have, our industrial base is one of our core strengths. And central to that core strength is the workforce. And as we've been challenged over the years in terms of being able to rapidly expand capacity and capability, some of those challenges are workforce challenges. So everything that we can do to train and empower our workforce, I think is helpful, it's critical. And so I appreciate all that you're doing. I think it's the right thing, and would ask that we do more.
Senator Bozeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank all of you all for being here. We appreciate all your great work. The Secretary Lincoln, there's growing concern about the lack of communication between the U.S. and China. I believe you changed the law from personal relationships, and also you de-escalate things as they occur. And this is some of our allies as we get out and about. There's concern from them that, again, China and the United States are not communicating as well as we should. Can you talk a little bit about that and what steps you take to reach out to your Chinese counterparts?
Thank you very much, Senator. When President Biden and President Xi met in Bali at the end of last year, one of the things that they agreed on was the importance of having these lines of communication. At the very least, so that we put a floor under the relationship with some guardrails on it. President Xi called it a safety net. Take the terminology, but it's important because, as we've all talked about today, we're engaged in an intense competition with China across many areas, but it's not in our interest for that competition to turn into conflict. We're doing to avoid that. We're determined to do that. That starts with communication, so I couldn't agree with you more. I think we've shown recently that there is more senior level engagement with China, most recently our ambassador in Beijing, and also the National Security Advisor, Jay Sullivan, meeting with his Chinese counterpart, Wang Yi, over a couple of days in Europe. And that's important because what we believe would be the right course is to now see more senior level engagement in a sustained way across our administration and theirs, precisely so that we can make sure that at the very least we're talking to each other, that we are making very clear what we stand for, what our intent is, what we're looking for, as well as, where possible, finding areas of cooperation, including, as we were just talking about, on something like synthetic opioids, on fentanyl. So I also think, Senator, that it's not only what's in our interest, but the rest of the world looks to us to manage this relationship responsibly. We're determined to do that.
I appreciate that, and like I said, that I think there has been concern amongst some of our allies in that part of the world. We can do a better job. Certainly, they can do a better job. Thank you, Madam Secretary. We had a really good conversation the other day about trade. I know that you feel like it's important. We feel like it's important. Can you tell us what the challenges or obstacles that you anticipate in facing establishing additional trade? Many of the potential partners in the region, they want to choose between us and China. They don't usually have us as states where they do business. What are some of the obstacles to getting additional trade opportunities?
Yes, thank you, Senator. First, let me say, I want to echo something that Julie just said. The Commerce Department is very focused on export control. we will be vigilant and aggressive as possible. We will protect what we must, but we want to trade where we can. And that includes with China. We have no interest to decouple. Many jobs in America depend on trade with China in things outside of technology, completely unrelated to our national security. And I do think
And I agree, I appreciate you saying
they can. With respect to the region, I think it's a few things. First, it's showing up. So the Commerce Department's budget, President's budget, calls for additional funding for foreign commercial service presence in the Indo-Pacific, one of the most dynamic, fastest growing regions of the world economically. We need to be there. We need to be doing business. We need to promote our own exports there. Secondly, as we've discussed, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, although it's not a trade agreement, and we've discussed that, it is significant. If we are successful, I believe we will be, it's getting 14 countries to sign on to a supply chain cooperative agreement, minerals cooperative agreement, infrastructure agreement. It will bring more U.S. industry, trade, investment to the region. And I think that's all incredibly important. It's not so much obstacles because they want us in the region. It's in that, China doesn't want us, and we shouldn't make these countries choose, by the way. But we should be their partner of choice, and I believe we will be when we show up in the way that we are and we need to continue to.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair. It's very important hearing. Thank you all for enduring a long afternoon. Listen, China is not 10 feet tall. They're tall, they're getting taller, but we still enjoy certain definitive advantages. One of those advantages is our story of participatory democracy and open economy is the story of the last 100 years. It can be the story of the next 100 years. And so I want to talk to you for just 1 minute, Secretary Blinken, about our investment in telling that story, but also in making sure to push back against false narratives coming out of it. It's hard to tell exactly how much money they're spending on their propaganda operation, but it's more than us. They're making a lot of mistakes with the information that they spread, so they are not flawless in the execution of their misinformation propaganda operations. But they do threaten to dwarf ours over the next 10 to 20 years if we don't really get smart about spending more money and spending it in a more coordinated way. So you proposed a 12% increase to the Global Engagement Center, which is the State Department's capacity, but that doesn't feel like a big enough number. And so I wonder if you could just say a word about the importance of that capacity, the importance of the other capacities that our agencies have. And oh, by the way, we have to reauthorize the Global Engagement Center. We actually have to get that done by the end of the year in order to make sure that we can continue to push back against these narratives.
Thank you for raising that, Senator. I think what we're seeing is a number of countries who are in the business of, in effect, trying to weaponize information as part of competition and in some cases adversarial relationship with us. And one of the reasons that we established the Global Engagement Center was precisely to be able to push back effectively on that, but with truth, not with misinformation, but with disinformation. And so the GEC, as you know, is working with other federal agencies to direct, to lead, to synchronize and coordinate our efforts to understand the sources, the trends in foreign line actors' efforts to spread disinformation and misinformation. And also to compete in the information space even when it's not disinformation. With regard to China, the GEC plays, I think, a very, very important role. And just to give a few examples, in our own hemisphere, the Western Hemisphere, we see China being very active. It has supported journalism and research on the messaging tactics that China engages in. It's helped them assess their influence in the information environments in the Western Hemisphere. We've helped them to build out regional expertise. In Africa, we've engaged, the GEC's engaged in capacity building workshops with sinologists to help people better understand the influence that China's wielding, its ambitions, and to make those findings public. And one final thing, just as important,
together with China, the consolidated place that we built in the department, bring all of our China expertise together. We're engaged with the GDC in proactive affirmative messaging to push back on something that's very interesting that China does and Russia also does. They provide free of charge their equivalent of the Associated Press to country after country. And so if you're getting up in the morning in dozens of countries and listening to the news or reading a newspaper, you're getting information that sounds like it's being locally produced, but is in fact directly from the wire service of China or the Russian Federation. We are now making available to these countries the Associated Press, Reuters, and other objective sources.
I think it's incredibly important information. Thank you for the meeting. Just give us one last piece of advice on Taiwan policy to the extent that this gets brought into our discussions about appropriations. You have recommended significant changes in Taiwan policy to bolster economic relations, security relations, cultural relations, but you have warned Congress against implicit security guarantees or implicit formal recognition of Taiwan, recognizing symbols of sovereignty. You have not seen a return, do not predict a return on investment related to U.S. security if we essentially overturn the One China policy and the Taiwan Relations Act. Does that continue to be your recommendation to the Congress?
It does. The policy that administration after administration has pursued over 55 decades, Republican and Democratic, grounded in the One China policy, the Taiwan Relations Act, and the free communications assurance, has done very well. It's done very well for Taiwan, done well for us, and ironically, arguably done well for the PRC because it's preserved peace and stability. It's put in place an understanding by which, up until now, everyone refrains from taking unilateral action to try to change the status quo, and thus potentially creating a crisis that would have global effects. One of the concerns that we have, going back some years, is that Beijing no longer seems to accept the status quo in Taiwan, and has been taking steps at various times to increase the pressure towards Taiwan and to contemplate perhaps the use of force at some point in the future. I think country after country around the world is increasingly making clear to Beijing that would have catastrophic consequences for everyone. 50% of world trade goes through the strait every single day. 70% or so of the semiconductors manufactured on Taiwan. If there were to be a crisis as a result of unilateral action taken by China with regard to Taiwan, we would have a global economic crisis on our hands. The country after country would be affected by it. But at the same time, we have been resolute, absolutely resolute, in our support for Taiwan, including its ability to defend itself, to make sure that it has the ability to engage throughout the international system and countries around the world that have ourselves increased our engagement in a whole variety of ways with Taiwan, because we take very seriously our commitments under the TRA, Taiwan Relations Act. But again, it goes back many years. But I think the basic framework has been in place for many decades, for many administrations, has served us well, and disrupting that status quo would actually not be done.
Thank you. Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a number of issues I'd like to touch on today, so I'm going to try to not make a long statement, but I hope all of you will answer with a short response as well. Secretary Austin, Section 1262 of last year's NDAA required that both the Departments of Defense and State submit a comprehensive report on bilateral access agreements to Congress. These are the agreements with overflight, basing agreements, agreements for logistics support, refueling support, and that report's due in a couple of weeks. Will it be on time?
It will.
Great. How many planned cooperative security locations, forward operating locations, or field support points require access agreements that currently do not exist?
Well, there are, as you know, a number of agreements that we continue to pursue. And of course, when the need arises, when an operation is being conducted, no matter what, even if we have agreements, we'll have to go back in to that country and request those rights. We've done some things recently to increase the locations that we're operating with our allies and partners in the region. For example, the Philippines is a good example of that. We continue to work with countries like Japan and Australia to make sure that we can rotate forces in and out in Australia, for example. And so we are making significant progress.
It would be really helpful to have those agreements before they're needed, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you for the work you're doing on that. Secretary Blinken, are you coordinating with the Department of Defense on these agreements?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Secretary Raimondo, when you were before the CJS subcommittee, I brought up, and we had a discussion on the rip and replace being an emergency that we have to be aware of with Huawei that's installed, and we have that funded. Do you believe that Congress needs to consider all the legislative options on the table right now in order to address this emergency?
I certainly believe it poses national security risk. Huawei remains in American networks, including near military bases, and I think that Congress should fully fund the NCC's rip and replace program.
Thank you. I'm going to quote Senator Kennedy. I happen to have a bill for that. And I hope my colleagues will consider that. Senator Hickenlooper and I have been working on a bill, and hopefully we can use some of those unobligated COVID-19 funds to fill that gap that exists there. Secretary Austin, I appreciate the prior discussions we've had about the department's fiscal year 2024 budget request and how it addresses munitions production issues that we are facing in this country. And I agree that the current request is a step in the right direction. But I also think there's more that we can do, and I think there's more that we have to do. From your perspective, would it be useful to be able to add additional munitions multi-year procurement authority and help us to remove some of the low value, say, contracting requirements that are out there when we're setting up these future contracts?
It very much would, Senator. And let me thank you for what Congress is doing, has done, and I hope will do in terms of granting us authorities for multi-procurement actions there. That's been very, very helpful. And as you know, we're asking for some $30 billion to invest in munitions, which is just about the limit of what industry can produce in this next year.
And you know, I've been very concerned about our munitions requirements that we have for ourselves, the security of our nation, but we also obviously have contracts and supply to other nations as well. Secretary Blinken, you testified recently that the wrongful intent in providing equipment to Taiwan to defend itself is the production capacity. Do we have the same issue with foreign military sales to other nations as well besides Taiwan?
We do. I think, let me put it this way. In my capacity as Secretary of State, I have signed out more cases to Taiwan than any of my predecessors. So, and we're looking at ways to make our department even more efficient. And I know that I'll be able to do the same thing. But if you actually look at the calendar schedule of these things, where we have the challenge is on the production. And there are a whole variety of reasons, for that. That's actually changing. It's changing as a result of intense engagement with the industry. It's changing as a result of the fact that in part because of Ukraine and the Russian aggression, there is a growing demand around the world that is getting production lines that have been dormant, moving again. But unfortunately, it's not flipping a light switch. But we're intensely focused on that. And the Secretary of Defense obviously is doing this every day.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first of all, I want to thank the panel. Thank you for being here today and discussing U.S. economic competitiveness, especially with respect to China. I'm particularly focused on ensuring that we're competing and winning at every single level of our economy. That means both in attracting and retaining talent in STEM and technology innovation, including AI, as well as making sure that America's manufacturing sector remains the best in the world by obviously first off supporting a strong workforce on the shop room floor, but also just making sure we're making things in our country. I don't believe you can really be a great country unless you actually make things, which is why manufacturing is absolutely essential for that. One example of this dual competitiveness imperative, I believe, is autonomous vehicles. That technology represents the future for mobility in the auto industry. And if the U.S. is going to be a leader in the future of the automotive industry, we have to find ways to not only develop autonomous vehicle technology here in America, but we actually have to manufacture it here in America and deploy it in our country as well. That's why I've worked long on legislation to ensure that America can manufacture this cutting-edge technology so we don't lose the race with China. China is investing massive amounts of money in this technology. Many believe this technology represents, in some ways, a moonshot for artificial intelligence because of the complexity of it. And I don't want to be in a position where we're playing catch-up for years like we have been in areas like semiconductor chips. So, Madam Secretary, Secretary Raimondo, my question is for you. How is the Department of Commerce working to ensure that its strategy on economic competitiveness, particularly with China, reflects strong support not only for just research and development and innovation, but actually the making of things and manufacturing American workers here in the United States?
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon. I wholeheartedly agree that we need to get back to the business of making more things in America. And as my colleagues know, no one believes that more than President.
Hello, I'm back. I'm still here.
Goodbye. And so we are doing a number of things, ensuring that we can rejuvenate our manufacturing sector. First and foremost is the CHIPS Act, obviously with great hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs. This budget calls for increased investments in the manufacturing extension partnership, which will provide technical assistance to small manufacturers, which is the majority of manufacturers, even in Michigan. You know, I know Big Auto, but all the small suppliers. MEP will help them to become more digitized, to do training, etc. We're also investing a great deal of money in job training and apprenticeship initiatives with a focus on manufacturing. So, in the interest of time, I'll simply say, we took our eye off the ball as a country on manufacturing. We thought we could, in search of cheap labor, outsource everything. And now we have problems in our supply chain, we're overly dependent, and it's a national security risk. And so we have to improve that. The final thing I'll say is this. In the budget that we propose, we are asking for additional funding to establish a supply chain office at the Commerce Department so that we can be in the business of proactively monitoring and predicting supply chain challenges before they happen and not just be reactive, and that will be immensely helpful to us to rejuvenate manufacturing.
Certainly all of you know China is persistent and ever-evolving cybersecurity threat to our nation, as well as our federal government systems. And yet, despite this, our main federal cybersecurity law, the Federal Information Security Management Act, has not been updated for a decade. Secretary Austin, asked this question to you. Is given DoD's position in both countering the Chinese government through cybercom, as well as protecting DoD systems from cyber attack, could you discuss how the DoD empowers and benefits from the Department of Homeland Security's mission to protect federal civilian systems as well as critical infrastructure here in the homeland, and how this committee can support that effort?
Thank you, Senator. First of all, let me agree with what you said in terms of China being a persistent cyber threat. It is absolutely the case. As you very well know, DoD and DHS have overlapping equities, and we continuously collaborate and share information in order to be able to better protect our information domestically. But not only do we share intelligence, we actually co-author advisories when the occasion presents itself, and we also share best practices. So this is we're very tightly connected. But again, the ability to help even more would be welcome. And so, to your point, everything that we can do to ensure that we have the freedom to do that, or the ability to do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you,
Senator Murkowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Britt. Appreciate that. Thank you for your leadership. I appreciate it. I'm going to talk about the Arctic. Secretary Austin, you noted yourself on a trip to Alaska in 21. You said here in Alaska, we are where the Indo-Pacific nation and us as an Arctic nation intersect. These two critical regions intersect. This is where we can project power in both regions, and where we must be able to defend ourselves from threats coming from both places. It's also where we can better posture ourselves and prepare for climate changes that will impact the future. Secretary Blinken, you were in Anchorage conducting a summit with China, just recognizing the geostrategic location that plays there. We had a classified brief this morning with General Van Perk, head of Northcom NORAD, and General Van Perk is very upfront in saying that our direct investment in Arctic-capable platforms, training, and infrastructure continues to lag. We repeated that again this morning. And so I want to move us, because when we talk about the Indo-Pacific, it's not just the islands that Senator Kennedy was talking about. I think we recognize that it extends all the way up north. And when we're thinking about China, and where China is partnering right now, and where Russia is gaining advantage, even at a time of sanctions coming at them because of this awful war in Ukraine. The two of them are partnering in bilateral relationships with everything from what's going on in the water to moving oil from Russia to evade those sanctions, to help out China there and fund Putin's war. Last year, we saw a flotilla coming across the Gulf of Alaska with Chinese and Russian ships, warships. You know, they were 75 miles from Alaska. We're nervous about all that is happening there, and I think you all probably would agree that we have reason to be nervous. So what we do in sending that message, it comes down to policies, it comes to personnel. To Senator Shaheen's point, the president has named an Arctic ambassador at large. We need to get that moving. Thank you for that. We've put in place some additional personnel to help on the personnel side. Policies, we need to know that Secretary Austin, you guys are right there with us in acknowledging that we need to have a deep water port in the Arctic. NOAA needs to move forward. Senator Britt and I were down in Mississippi and Alabama checking on the Kohler security cutters. They're coming, but they're not coming fast enough. We need a commercially available icebreaker up there soon, because we're not going to see our Kohler security cutters for 3-4 years, and probably longer than that, because they're going to be down in Antarctica. So we are exposed up there. So when we're talking about the U.S.-China relationship, let's remember how it kind of comes together, unfortunately, because of Russia and our proximity there. So I want to ask you, Secretary Austin, we've acknowledged that we have updated our Arctic strategies. That's so important from all branches of the department. But I think we all recognize that strategy without action is just a piece of paper. When I look at the MILCON projects that the President's budget has submitted, only seeking funding for 2 MILCON projects in one of the most strategic locations in our country. Now, we've talked about what is on the unfunded priority list, and there's a lot of things for the Arctic there. But it causes me to question whether or not we are appropriately resourcing what we need to do in order to have a level of preparedness, a level of deterrence that I think we would hope to see. So, Secretary.
Yeah, as you well know, Senator, we have some of our most valued assets in Alaska. We have F-22s, F-35s.
More fifth-generation fighters, and we're happy about it.
That's right, and you're taking really good care of them up there. But you just stood up the 11th Airborne, which is that's going to continue to provide great capability. I asked to invest this year some $500 million in over-the-horizon radars, which will increase our domain awareness. Last year, I asked for $373 million to invest. So we're going to continue to invest to increase domain awareness. We're going to continue to do things, the kinds of things that we're doing as we speak. As you know, we have an exercise ongoing in Alaska, up in the Great North. We need more of that with allies and partners to make sure that we can operate efficiently and effectively in that environment. So we'll look to continue to invest, but your point's well taken on MILCON.
Thank you. And I'm out of time, but Secretary Blinken, acknowledging that we can always do more on the personnel side, we'd like to pay attention to that.
Welcome is always looking for this one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you all. And Secretary Clinton, we have China engaged in slave labor with the million Uyghurs. We have them taking away the Tibetan children to boarding schools when they're just 5 or 6 years old. We have China stripping the political rights out of Hong Kong. Is it fair to say that China is a massive human rights violator?
Yes.
Is this alone a reason to encourage our companies to develop supply chains elsewhere?
In and of itself, I think that companies that don't want to perhaps face the moral hazard of engaging in that way would see it that way.
And we have seen under Xi that China is flexing its muscles very much in the Pacific region in a whole host of ways. In that context, I want to thank you for visiting Vietnam. You visited a week right after I led a congressional delegation. How important is Vietnam and other ASEAN nations as counterweight to China in the region?
Well, first, ASEAN itself is vital because it brings together, as you know, all the Southeast Asian nations. And in many ways, they sometimes feel more comfortable tackling the challenging issue collectively as opposed to individually. But for us, the bilateral relationships as well as the relationship with ASEAN are of increasing importance. As you mentioned, we have, I think, a good and growing relationship with Vietnam. We just had the President of the Philippines here, President Marcos, for a very important visit. The work the Secretary of Defense has done there, as well as the work that my department has done in strengthening our engagement with the Philippines is vital. And I could go down the list of countries in Southeast Asia.
I just wish it didn't take 2 days to get a congressional delegation after around the world and start this. It's hard for the legislators to hold as many direct conversations in the region. It means a lot. If we go, it means obviously a lot.
No, I strongly applaud and also encourage what you and other members of this committee and other committees are doing. I think that congressional engagement is absolutely vital. And it's really important that our counterparts hear from you directly the concerns and prerogatives of Congress.
Secretary Mundo, you noted that in search of cheap labor, we lost manufacturing jobs in the United States as supply chains moved overseas. And of course, it's particularly true, primarily true in China. And that effort really gave, well, I guess I'll put it this way, do you agree that that trade relationship with China and the enormous number of supply chain factories that moved from the U.S. to China helped accelerate China's path to wealth and power?
Certainly, in some ways, yes, I would agree.
Well, in many ways, because they ran huge surpluses that allowed them to invest massively, including helping the Belt and Road Initiative. As we look at the way China behaves in the world and the factors of competition, should we be encouraging our companies to develop and move their factories to other countries in the region?
I think that companies, there are certainly increased risks with operating in China. In fact, you've seen recent months, Chinese officials, without notice, raiding American companies. So I think every company has to make these decisions, and as Secretary Blinken said, there are risks associated with it. What we are doing in our work, especially in the Indo-Pacific, and I was recently in India, and of course the President is hosting Prime Minister Modi, is working with those countries to, increase our economic relationship and partnership, but also working to help American companies reshore workers to America.
Thank you. I love the word reshore. Thank you. But I have one more question I wanted to get in before my time's up. I appreciate that. I just want to acknowledge that even as we're sitting here worried about the wealth and power of China, their wealth and power continues to grow in part because of the massive amount of products that we buy from China, which is, in my mind, reason to encourage them to move. Secretary Austin, I've heard two strategies in relation to Taiwan. One is, hey, the Taiwan Strait is a very difficult piece of water to cross, and we can do a massive amount to turn Taiwan into a porcupine with inexpensive weapons that can take out expensive weapons, and that lays out a whole strategy, and is important in the context of Xi's argument he wants to be militarily prepared to take Taiwan by 2027. And then I've heard the other argument being we need to greatly enhance our ability to conduct war directly against China, including pre-positioning tons of material, armaments, weapons, so forth. And
Those are two very different strategies. Which strategy do you think is most important?
Actually, Senator, thanks. I think they're both important. Number one, we've learned a number of important lessons from Ukraine's war with Russia. And one of those lessons is that, with asymmetric capabilities and asymmetric tactics and techniques, a smaller force can do a really good job in defending themselves against a larger force, to use your words, turn themselves almost into a porcupine, make it difficult for that larger force to digest. But in terms of, the China problem set writ large, my mandate is to make sure that we continue to deter China, another force, is by making sure that you have combat credible capability. And in investing in the things that we know that will provide us the edge in any kind of contest is the right thing to do. And that includes, in some cases, moving things forward in theater, pre-positioning things. And so I think it takes both of those approaches to have a complete deterrent capability.
Thank you. A lot to explore there. Time's out. Thank you.
Senator.
Thank you, Chair Murray. Thank each of you for being here today. I greatly appreciate it. Secretary Blinken, Secretary Raimondo, thank you for the time you've given us over the last few weeks on this important issue, and particularly the issue of fentanyl. I hope to be able to dive into that more today. Secretary Austin, I'm actually going to start with you. A special welcome and a War Eagle to a fellow War Eagle, to a fellow Alabamian and an Auburn University postgraduate. Secretary Austin, I truly believe we achieve peace through strength. I grew up outside the gates of Fort Rucker, that you know has more recently been renamed Fort Novosel. I saw firsthand the sacrifice of our servicemen and women. And I saw that that sacrifice wasn't just theirs. It was that of their entire family, giving so that our country could remain safe and strong. I have a deep appreciation for our men and women in uniform and for the families who also serve. As I think about DoD's modernization efforts, Alabama has played and continues to play a vital role. Across our great state, our defense industrial modernization of our rotary wing aircraft, national security space launch, contested logistics, and manufacturing and assembling in key missile programs such as Javelin, THAAD, JASSM, and JAGM. This is just a sampling of what Alabama's talent, synergies, and capabilities provide to the defense and national security community as we face impending threats from the PRC. Secretary Austin, you've been in this seat now for nearly 2.5 years. On a scale of A to F, what grade would you give yourself on aligning the DoD to the National Defense Strategy and ensuring the Joint Force is able, willing, and ready to address the multi-domain threat that is posed by China?
I would give my team a very high mark, high grade, because as you've heard me say a couple of times today, Senator, everything that we do is focused on our national defense strategy. We've specifically aligned our budget requests to that strategy. The capabilities that we're going after will provide us the capability to support our warfighting concepts. And so everything that we do is aligned with the strategy. So I would, number one, I think it's the right strategy. Number two, I think that we are very much focused on the execution of that strategy.
Well, thank you for that answer. I think we owe it to the American people that you have the resources to ensure that we have the most lethal and best equipped military in the world. Secretary Austin, I'd be remiss if I didn't touch on one more topic. As we consider the multi-domain threat, land, sea, air, space, that is posed by the PRC, particularly from a space perspective, as the leader of the Department of Defense, I implore you to cut through the politics and make a final basing decision for the U.S. Space Command Headquarters. As you know, Huntsville's Redstone Arsenal finished first in both the Air Force's evaluation phase and the selection phase. That leaves no doubt that the Air Force's decision to choose Redstone as the preferred basing location was correct, and it was done on the merits. That decision should remain in the Air Force's purview. Media reports have said that the president and those in the White House are preparing to prioritize partisan political considerations at the expense of our national security, our military modernization, and our force readiness. And for me, that is deeply disturbing. When you look at this, you said earlier, in order to compete and succeed against China, we must use all of our tools. When you look at that, we know that those tools are there at Redstone Arsenal. When you look at the city of Huntsville in the past 2 years, they've been ranked by US News and World Report as #1 and #2 place to live in the United States. The city has also been ranked #3 in most affordable places to live in the country. It was #3 in the city's nationwide search for best quality of life and #4 as the most prosperous place in America. I could go on and on about the actual city of Huntsville and the accolades that have been rightfully given to them, but the bottom line is not only is Huntsville's workforce the best prepared to support Space Command's mission, but also the city of Huntsville is the best place for that workforce to thrive and to live the American dream. Locating the permanent Space Command headquarters on Redstone Arsenal undoubtedly remains in the best national security interest of the United States. You referenced earlier in your remarks the buildup of China in both space and cyberspace. My colleague across the aisle said Xi Jinping says that the US has a flawed and failing political system. Do not prove him right. Urge the president to take the politics out of this. Do what's best for making sure that we are ready and capable to face China on all fronts. Urge him to allow the Air Force to do their job. It is certainly, in my opinion, past time. Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank you all for your tremendous service to our country. And just a few things. Everything's been said so well, stated all the challenges that we have and where we're going well and where we can improve. And all of us agree. I had my differences with the administration on their fast, the speed at which they're trying with electric vehicles, and we can't supply this support that we need. We don't have access to all the critical minerals. We don't have the processing. We don't have the anodes and cathodes. But by God, they're hell and determined to put electric vehicles out and be relying on China for that. So I have tremendous concerns there, and they know it, and I'll work through that. The thing I want to bring up is that whether it be the ships or the missiles, the guns and the bullets and everything else that we have to do, and what Ukraine has shown us in the world, I've been thinking about one thing that makes us different than everyone else. It's our allies who trust us, believe in us. More than that, it's the compassion and humanity that we have, the aid. Of all my disagreements I have here lately with the administration, I want to thank you all for increasing the aid budget to our allies and our friends and people in need. My grandmother used to say that they're the best thing to do is feed someone. It changes everything. It changes everything. And for that, does any other country do what we do in the Navy? Because I'm understanding that we never put a condition on food or health care or any of that. Have we?
Not, you're 100% right. Just to take one very quick example. World Food Program. Critical. The United States provides more than 40% of the budget. China and Russia each provide less than 1%. I could go down the list of organizations that are providing.
So I really think all of that. We haven't talked about it. I've been here for a couple hours and we haven't talked about the strength that we have as a United States of America. It's the heart and soul, it's the humanitarian, it's just everything that we are. And so when I go to another country, I say, when things get tough, man, you got to depend on someone. It's going to be the U.S. and nobody comes. And I think they want to do. We can have all the military might in the world. We have to be able to be competitive. But with that, and our allies that are going to rally behind us and fight for us. To me, that means almost everything. And I said that makes us different. And as long as we do that and continue that aid, and I think you all showed a little bit of budget increase, about $3 billion, but it's money well invested. We're not spending it, we're investing it. And anything that you think we can do along those lines there with the food and the healthcare necessities that people have around the world in developing nations. Also, I don't think we get credit enough unless our military is involved, or we have strict oversight of how this food and all this humanitarian aid is distributed. I feel good when I see our military distributing it, General. But sometimes I know some of the well-meaning programs that are going in aid doesn't seem to get to the right people, or we get credit for it.
Senator, again, I couldn't agree with you more. One of the things we did during COVID, providing vaccines free of charge, no political strings attached, to country after country around the world, through an international entity called COVAX, is we also made sure that it was branded, and so that people knew in a variety of ways that when they were getting vaccines for saving their lives, it was coming from the United States. And as I was traveling around the world, country after country has thanked us profusely for coming to their aid in that moment of need, and in a way different than any other country.
Well, if we can just get our act together on the other things that we're trying to compete, not be relying on until we're able to produce it ourselves. And everything I've said, we cannot change the values of other countries that don't have our same values. And that's basically the love of family and the love of our religious freedoms and the love of democracy. We can't change that. We get caught up in some of this sometimes. I hope we don't. But, and I'll say this and I'll close on this. I've been around long enough to remember that if we didn't fight in Vietnam, coming to this country. I remember basically the Gulf War, that if we didn't go over there and protect Kuwait oil, that would disrupt the economic markets. I remember the Iraq War, if we didn't fight, declare war in Iraq, that we would have weapons of mass destruction beyond us. In my lifetime, this is the only support or involvement that we've been with the war. This is the most just cause I've ever seen. Exactly what the United States of America should be, is that light on that beaming mountain, basically shining brightly, saying that we will defend democracy wherever people seek it, and we will make sure that we all lead them. And I hope that we maintain that posture, especially for Ukraine. My grandfather used to say, when I got in trouble, he says, honey, I'll be behind you until your back hurts. Until your chest hurts, I'm sorry, until your chest hurts. I said, Papa, that's all I need. I'll always be behind me. If the United States stays behind Ukraine until their chest hurts, they'll know we're with them forever. We've got to win that. And we've got to continue to be committed to our allies. So I thank you, all of you, all three of you, for your services. And Secretary Mondo, I know you lost your mother, and I didn't think about that. It's very good. I hope you all are getting through this. All you got is a memory, and God be beautiful. But thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Boogan?
Thanks, Madam Chair. And thanks to the ranking member for holding this hearing today. Thanks to all of you for being here. Secretary Austin, the Chinese are, PRC is dramatically building its nuclear capabilities. Are you committed to making sure that we continue to modernize our nuclear forces?
I am, Senator, and as you see for budget requests, the funds to continue that modernization effort are reflected in the budget.
Thank you. I appreciate that support. I think it's vitally important for the nuclear triad. For both you, Secretary, and also for Secretary of State Blinken, are we providing the weapons that the Ukraine needs to end the war, to win the war, however you define that, rather than stalemate? There's been talk of F-16s, certain long-range artillery and so forth, tanks. Are they getting the weapon systems they need so that we end this conflict and they don't end up in stalemate?
Yes, I believe they are, and this is something that the Minister of Defense, Ukrainian Minister of Defense, and I talk about on a near weekly basis. Certainly, we meet every month along with some 50 ministers of defense of some 50 countries and discuss what their needs are, and we mobilize the support to provide them. Most recently, you've heard us talking about the requirements for air defense, and that was the thing that they needed most. What we've seen here in the last couple of days is, that focus on air defense has been very, very helpful for the Ukrainians, as we saw the latest barrage from Russia. And they defended their skies very skillfully. So I think we are, and I think going forward, we'll hopefully see the Ukrainians begin to change the dynamics on the battlefield.
And can they do that with air to ground as well as Patriot systems and that kind of thing versus more aircraft?
Right now, the skies on both sides are just, it's absolutely lethal. So anytime that you put any meaningful number of aircraft in the sky, one or the other is going to shoot it down. And so I think that capability will continue to evolve in terms of what Ukraine has for.
No, I understand where you're going. Secretary Blinken, ending the war, winning the war versus stalemate.
I also very much agree with Secretary of Defense, and let me just add one element, if I could, Senator. One of the things that I've heard my colleagues say from the beginning, and by the way, if you go back to before the beginning, we did drawdowns on critical equipment well before the Russian aggression, because we saw it coming, to make sure that the Ukrainians had in hand what they needed to repel that aggression. We did a drawdown Labor Day before the war started, the aggression started. We did another one Christmas. We did it quietly, so as not to give the Russians some excuse. But we did it, and as a result, the Slingers, the javelins they had in hand allowed them to repel the attack against Kyiv and that whole area. Was very successful. What we've done every single step along the way is to try to adjust to where the war was, where the aggression was, to give the Ukrainians what they need to take back. Yes, to take back the land that's been seized from them. But the other critical element that Secretary of Defense talks about on a regular basis is the weapon systems are critical, but as critical, the training, because they don't know how to use them, doesn't do you a lot of good to give them the best system in the world. The maintenance, the thing's going to fall apart in a week because they can't maintain it, doesn't do you a lot of good. And of course, the tactics for bringing all of these different systems together, all of that is something that the Secretary, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs have been deeply focused on. And that's how you have, I think, a winning strategy. And yes, the Ukrainians need to be able to get back the land and seize from them.
As Secretary Steve, talking about an endgame winning strategy with the Ukrainians and to the American people, I think would be helpful in terms of the support, as well as in terms of the support for what we're doing. I think that's important. And I think we need to really be out there explaining that to the American people as part of that support effort. I was recently in both South Korea and Taiwan. One of the things that I'm hearing in both cases, but certainly from Taiwan, is they've ordered about $19.5 billion worth of military hardware, very, very advanced hardware. Back to the porcupine strategy, they need that sooner than later. We also have, the situation in Ukraine. We also have our own domestic needs. How do we get the military-industrial complex to be able to produce these weapons, particularly the ones we need in these key situations sooner? How do we help them get that done, Secretary Austin?
The high-end capabilities, hardware that you're talking about, some of that's aircraft, and we came in the door.
F-16 in the case of Taiwan.
Right.
Ordered, paid for, agreed to.
Right. We leaned into that right away. I put a group of senior people together to look at where the bumps in the road were, and where the friction was, and so we did that, and we continually try to eliminate all the friction points that we possibly can. This is there are multiple elements that go into this equation, Senator, as you well know, and work with state to see what we can do to compress timelines. But coming out of 2 years of COVID, there were parts of the industry that were challenged, and some of it, because of that, some things are going to take a bit longer. In terms of weapon systems, we continue to engage industry leadership. I talk to CEOs, my deputy talks to CEOs to not only work with them to expand their capacity or capability, but also to begin to shrink the amount of time that's necessary to produce a particular product. And in some cases, I think we've been very successful. Some things are sophisticated to the point where we're not quite there yet, but we'll continue to work at this. PGM, for example, precision guided munitions. Takes a long time typically to make one. I think there are things that we can do as we look at how we produce those to begin to shorten that process, those processes as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Van Dorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank all of you for your testimony and for your service. Secretary Austin,
Thank you for being one of a long line of secretaries who recognizes that in addition to getting a robust defense budget to do the work that you and your team at the Defense Department do, we need to adequately fund other elements of our national security, like the State Department, Diplomacy and Development, like the Secretary of Commerce and her team. And I'm fairly satisfied that at the end of the day here, we'll have a budget that meets the needs of the Defense Department. But I'm really worried about what we're seeing coming out of the House of Representatives right now in terms of its impact on other critical elements of our national security budget. So I want to ask a couple questions, starting with Secretary Raimondo, and I also want to say we're sorry about the loss of your mom. I know she was proud of the work you're doing, and let me ask you about that. Because President Biden laid out a really important vision about the need to invest in innovation and to invest in rejuvenating our manufacturing base. The CHIPS and Science Act was a big part of that, as you said. We've done a big piece of funding on the CHIPS part, but we better follow through on the science part. That's the AI, that's the quantum computing, that's other critical elements of technology, where China has said that they intend to try to dominate by the year 2025 and beyond. I know that if we do what we need to do in this country, we will continue to have our competitive edge, but not if we don't. So that's one element. The other element, you've spoken to this in your testimony, is we want to make sure that as we develop very advanced technologies, including semiconductors and the equipment to manufacture semiconductors, we don't want it to fall in the hands of the PRC military. And that's why we've worked with our allies and partners, you and Secretary Blinken and others, and worked with our partners to make sure that we get an agreement to prevent that. The agency in government that really focuses on implementing that is the BIS, right? Bureau of Information and Security. And can you just describe in a little more detail what will happen if we go back to 2022 funding levels for this department? It seems to be an entity that fights way above its weight, and it's essential in this effort. Can you speak to the impact on keeping our technologies out of the hands of China's military, and the importance in terms of impact on imposing pain on Russia's economy and slowing down Putin's war machine?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Good afternoon. Thank you for your sympathy. I appreciate that. So first, let me say that our competition with China increasingly revolves around technology. The United States of America, our innovation ecosystem, our entrepreneurship are the envy of the world. And we need to keep it that way. And that means investing in talent, investing in research and development, investing in NIST. I said earlier, this has $1 billion backlog of deferred maintenance. That's the crown jewels the United States government has related to artificial intelligence, quantum, cyber, etc. At the same time, we're behind $1 billion. China is massively investing in their metrology institute, their equivalent of NIST. So I strongly believe, as you say, that we have to lean into research and development and invest in science. CHIPS is an excellent beginning, but it isn't just chips. It's biomanufacturing, it's critical minerals, it's other areas of advanced manufacturing, and we will not be able to compete. We lead China now in AI. We lead China now in semiconductors, and we have to continue to invest and maintain the lead. BIS, I appreciate you saying we punch above our weight. I happen to agree. There's only about 500 and some odd people that work in BIS, which is obviously quite small. If we were to go back to FY22 funding levels, we'd be down 125 slots. As a percent of what, the 583 FTEs, that's crushing. Within days of, you mentioned Russia and Ukraine, within days of the invasion, the Commerce Department, working with the interagency, led a 36-country coalition to enact sweeping export controls that to this day, reduces Russia's ability to continue their war. With respect to China, last year we did hundreds of end-use checks related to the PRC. I mean, in October, We put forth the most sweeping semiconductor export controls ever in our country's history. Just last month, we did a $300 million penalty on a company because they were violating export controls by selling hard disks to Huawei, and on and on and on. So we're out of time, so I will stop, but it is a very real risk to our national security to cut the funding of BIS, and I think Secretary Austin and my colleagues would agree.
Well, thank you, and I see time is out. I do want to say, Secretary Blinken, thank you for all your efforts, your testimony on the Indo-Pacific. I was going to ask you about the maritime security issue, which President Marcos, when he was here, emphasized, and in a trip I took with Senator Merkley to Vietnam and Indonesia. It was clear they want to protect their territorial waters, their EEZs, their fisheries, and their resources. And we're on the same page here. And if we cut that budget, we will not be able to meet our commitments. So I want to thank you and your team.
And thank you for your engagement and leadership on this. It's making a big difference. And one of the things that we're working very hard on with allies and partners in the region is to increase what we call their maritime domain awareness, so that they know what's going on in the seas and waters around them, which are so vital to those countries. And that's part of our budget. I don't want to shortchange that either. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I want to thank our distinguished panel today for the willingness to serve and the willingness to step up. We certainly appreciate that. I'm from Mississippi, and we're just very proud that we have played such a significant role in contributing to our nation's defense capabilities. From shipbuilding to aerospace technology, we have a tremendous talented workforce in Mississippi. In Pascagoula, Mississippi, we have families that have worked in that shipyard for generations. And we just do this very well. And it does demonstrate our ability to have high quality defense systems, and they do protect our servicemen and our servicewomen. But the rapid and unprecedented modernization of China's military and naval fleets specifically is of great concern, as many of the members here have demonstrated today and asked questions about. Secretary Austin, this question is going to be for you. The security of our national interest and those of our allies will rely on ensuring the United States maintains air dominance as part of its potential future conflict in the Pacific region. As part of our air dominance strategy, will you describe the department's efforts to modernize the KC-135 fleet and the KC-46 fleet? And will you also explain the role and significance of the Air National Guard in refueling missions in the Pacific region?
Thanks, Senator. First of all, our refueling capability is rivaled by none. That's a strategic advantage that I think gives us the reach, gives us the ability to project power in ways that no other country even comes close to. So, as you've seen from our budget request, some $60 billion to invest in aircraft and to modernize aircraft across the board. We want to make sure that we're able to go after the capabilities that we need, and also not have to carry capabilities that we don't need any longer, which will prevent us from modernizing the fleet. But we're going to continue to invest in platforms that help us maintain that edge that I just talked about. But our tanker fleet is truly amazing, and so the National Guard obviously punches above its weight class in every endeavor, and certainly they add significant value to this effort.
Thank you for that. And do you anticipate any roadblocks in ensuring that current Air National Guard refueling units, such as the 186 Air Refueling Wing in Mississippi, receive the KC-56, and that we have funded that process adequately?
Well, I would certainly, I'll work with the Secretary of the Air Force to visit his plans, specific plans on that unit going forward, and we will get back to you with a detailed answer on plans.
Okay, and I have a another minute and a half left that I'm going to take advantage of before we end this very long day. But Secretary Austin, the rate at which the Biden administration and your department are requesting funding to modernize our naval service fleet is being significantly outpaced by China, as we well know. If this committee were to provide additional funding towards ship procurement, how would your department use it to address the growing threats from China in the Indo-Pacific region?
Well, certainly, I truly believe that we have gone after those capabilities that help us conduct the strategy that we've laid out for ourselves. And I think, comparing numbers is part of the equation, but not the whole equation. Capability, having the right capabilities, the right mix of capabilities, is the major issue here. If you look at our Navy, we are the most combat credible Navy on the face of the planet. We're going to work to keep it that way, and I think we're investing in the right things. 9 battle force ships we're asking for in this budget, and we're gonna go after the capabilities that industry can produce for us. We're also going to continue to invest in the infrastructure, in the industrial base. So we've asked you for $4 billion to do that this year, 2.7 in SIOP, and then another $1.2 billion in the submarine industrial base. Now, I would end by saying that our underwater capability is matched by none on the planet. And we continue to invest in our submarines, Columbia class in this budget, 2 Virginia class submarines, and I think that will help us.
Thank you very much. That concludes our question and answer period. Senator Collins, would you like to communicate?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank our witnesses for answering our questions today. There will be additional questions, I'm sure, for the record, but thank you for your presence.
Thank you. And I want to thank Vice Chair Collins and all of my colleagues. Really good turnout today for such a thoughtful discussion. And I especially want to thank our witnesses, Secretary Austin, Secretary Blinken, Secretary Mondo, for sharing your time and knowledge with us today. I look forward now to talking with all my colleagues to take what we have learned today and make sure that we do quickly mark up spending bills that make the investments that we need to compete with the Chinese government. Let's not parse words here. The PRC poses a serious and growing challenge, economically and in terms of our national security. So we have to be clear that tackling this challenge isn't just about how much we spend on the military, because if we choose to only plus up defense spending and undercut other critical programs across government, we are setting ourselves up to lose the 21st century to China. Building semiconductors here at home, for example, is a matter of urgent national security. It requires investments in R&D, advanced manufacturing, reliable supply chains, and trade partnerships, and a skilled workforce that relies on things like childcare, higher education, and of course investments in more. We need to make sure that we invest in America across the board. That means, yes, investing in defense priorities, but also our families and communities here at home, our diplomacy across the world, and our ability to compete globally. So I'll say it again, China doesn't operate on CRs. I hope it is plain to members on both sides of the aisle that the single strongest way we can send a message to the PRC saying that America is serious about winning the 21st century is to pass robust, bipartisan, and on-time full-year appropriations bills. And before I end, I do want to reiterate something that Secretary Austin spoke to this afternoon when he testified that he did not see conflict with the government of China as necessary or inevitable. It is our shared goal that we work together to have a productive relationship with China. So I appreciate all of our witnesses for their work to make that a reality. That will end our hearing today, and for any senators who do wish to ask additional questions for the record will be due in 7 days on Tuesday, May 23rd at 5 p.m. The hearing record will also remain open until May 23rd for members who wish to submit additional materials for the record. Again, thank you so much to all of our witnesses today. Please get seated.
We also have technology. Oh my god, he scored! How he scored, man? My defender. Oh my god, it's too small size. Oh, it's no good. You- This guy is too small size. Actually, no. School song and let's see what it's a good player actually, but he's still not maybe. I saw him a few matches last time. It's maybe the training or individual. I think it's individual training. He's maybe in the match maybe underrated. So you know why you don't seem to like Brazilian players? Maybe they never pay money or they scam. So there's full time again. Silvio was saying that. Good match. So let me try to see this thing. He's a good crosser, but he cannot play in the left in the defensive line. If you're right, also can now, but you need to change the his positioning. Let's see, romance. Where's romance? Let's see. So this one says right.
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Monday. Okay, we're just gonna get, is it Tuesday? Holy cow. Happy Tuesday. Oh my gosh, time. All right, it's Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Okay, we're just gonna get straight to it. As you know, we're going to do a trip review because it's upcoming focus trip down to Connecticut. So I'm just gonna invite them straight away.
Okay, I think as you know, tomorrow President Biden will be headed to Hiroshima, Japan to participate in the G7. Since the President took office, revitalizing our alliances and partnerships and reestablishing America's leadership around the world has been one of his top priorities. Thanks in no small part to his hard work during the G7, you will see that our allies and partners are more united than ever. Over the last 15 months, the G7 has stood in solidarity with Ukraine following Russia's invasion, rallying the world to support Ukraine and cutting Putin off from the key technologies and financing around the globe. That solidarity with Ukraine is even stronger now than it was last year, and you'll see concrete action to further isolate Russia and weaken its ability to wage its brutal war. Of course, this display of unity will extend to other key economic and security issues as well. G7 leaders will demonstrate that we share a common approach to the challenges posed by the PRC, an approach that is grounded in common values. And we will also rally the world. We will also rally around the need for bold action to accelerate the clean energy transition, including by making President Biden's economic agenda a blueprint for G7 action to address the climate crisis and create good jobs. Finally, we will present an affirmative agenda to take further action to support developing countries around the world. That means we're going to showcase how we are scaling President Biden and the G7's flagship infrastructure initiative, the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, otherwise called PGII, which has attracted major investors to better respond to the global demand for high-quality infrastructure financing. And we will reaffirm our commitment to help institutions like the World Bank involved, so that they can more effectively address global challenges that directly affect its core mission of poverty reduction, including climate change. The President will also have an opportunity to meet with Prime Minister Kishida on the margins, where they will discuss ways to further strengthen our mutual security, economic, multilateral cooperation, and of course, look for ways to continue to improve our alliance with Japan. And he will also have the opportunity to meet with the leaders of the other members of the Quad, Prime Minister Modi of India, Prime Minister Albanese of Australia as well. So a very packed agenda here for the G7. The President's looking forward to getting out there and having those discussions, and again, showing how united the G7 really is around a common range of security challenges and opportunities.
You mentioned the Quad leaders in Japan. Does that reflect the change to the back half of the trip? Is not going to Australia anymore?
That would have had the opportunity to meet with Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Albanese anyway at the G7. I don't have any additional changes or additional schedule items to speak to today. We're working through, thinking through the rest of the trip right now.
So the rest of the trip is still now up in the air because of the
What I can speak to is the G7 and going to Hiroshima. The President's looking forward to that. We are taking a look at the rest of the trip.
So there's a substantial question there. Can you speak a little bit about the implications of the government showdown here at home on the President's credibility on the global stage? How can you rally the world if you can't rally lawmakers here in Washington? That's the biggest symbol. That's fundamental. That's the full faith and credit of the United States. What message does that send abroad?
These leaders, all leaders of democracies, they understand and they respect American leadership on the world stage. And they know that our ability to pay our debts is a key part of U.S. credibility and leadership around the world. And so they understand that the President also has to focus on making sure that we don't default and on having these conversations with congressional leaders. And he'll be able to do that and have his team do that while we're at the G7. Because these leaders of all around the world understand how important American credibility and leadership is. And that's why they understand how important it is that the President stay on top of this issue. We wouldn't even be having this discussion about the effect of the debt ceiling debate on the trip if Congress would do its job and raise the debt ceiling the way they've always done.
Ever
Typically, when you do a trip preview, you talk about all the planned stops, and there were other stops, Papua New Guinea and Australia, that have been announced. You did not do that. Is the president calling Prime Minister Albanese? Is he doing something that would perhaps lead to a change in the itinerary? Should we anticipate that?
It's difficult for me to tell you exactly what to anticipate at this point, Kelly. But as I said, we're reevaluating the rest of the trip right now. I can speak to Hiroshima, I can speak to the G7. We're evaluating the rest of the trip, and as you might expect, should there be changes made or need to be made to the rest of the trip, we will absolutely make proper notification.
There were some calls from Republicans in both the House and the Senate for the president to adjust his foreign travel due to the debt ceiling issue. And should we assume that that is the reasoning for this reevaluation?
No, you should assume that, first of all, we're going to the G7 and we're looking forward to that. It's an important forum for a lot of important issues, just detailed. And given where we are right now, it's also incredibly prudent and responsible for the president to take a look at the rest of the trip and evaluate whether it makes sense going forward. Again, when we have something to speak to, we certainly will. But the President of the United States can do both things. He can travel overseas and manage our foreign policy and our defense policy and look after our national security commitments in an important region like the Indo-Pacific. And also work with congressional leaders to do the right thing, raise the debt ceiling, avoid default, so that the United States credibility here at home and overseas is preserved.
Well, yeah, I mean, thank you. So in essence, you're sort of teasing us here over what could transpire in the next 2 hours. This meeting doesn't go well, he's not going to Australia, so it seems to me.
I'm not teasing anything, Ed. I'm just trying to tell you what's going on. What's going on right now is we're hopping on Air Force One tomorrow, and we're heading to Japan. We're going to have a big meeting at the G7, and we're going to evaluate the rest of the trip, and we'll see what happens. We'll see where things go.
What caused you to not go to Australia?
I'm not going to get into a hypothetical. I think we're going to evaluate where the situation is here and make a determination relatively soon.
And many previous American presidents have been pressured or asked to apologize for the U.S. using a nuclear bomb over Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Does the president plan to do that when in Japan or make any comments at all?
The president plans to visit the memorial and to pay his respects to the lives of the innocents who were killed in the atomic bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima. But the focus of the trip then is what I just talked about in my opening statement. It's about the future. It's about getting the G7 together to talk about some common challenges and opportunities and to lay a framework down to address those challenges and opportunities together. And I think you're going to see them in the readouts and the discussions after each of these meetings.
Thank you. On Africa, it's good to see you. The president has explicitly acknowledged Africa's role in the world and accomplishing facing global challenges. And I've heard you say several times already this week that the leaders of the G7 will be talking about some initiative about how to work with other regions to face global challenges. Could you speak a little bit more about that and Africa's role, where leaders' minds will be focused and what they'll interrogate further on this trip?
I talked about that a little bit in the opening statement when I talked about the PGII, the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, as a practical and useful and, quite frankly, more effective alternative to some of the infrastructure and investment programs that other nations have been trying to sell on the continent. And many nations on the continent are realizing that those opportunities, those financial deals are not necessarily all that they're cracked up to be. And the PGII represents an alternative. And we've already seen, since the president spearheaded this at the last G7, we've already seen millions and millions and millions of dollars of investment through PGII into some of these lower and middle income countries on the continent and beyond. And so we're looking forward to advancing that here at the G7. Next.
Hi, I want to ask you about Lebanon. Does the administration support the French judge's decision to issue a arrest warrant against the head of central bank, Mr. Riyad Salameh, since the administration always wanted transparency in Lebanon, and we always push for anti-corruption laws and regulations.
That's really for the French to speak to.
You support this?
We support
The decision that they holding him accountable, the head of the central bank who's been accused of corruption, and you being quoted for Lebanon to fight corruption. Now they're indicting him. Why can't you support that decision?
It is a French decision to speak to. Look, of course, all around the world, we speak out against corruption and try to hold leaders accountable as best we can. I think that goes without saying. But in this particular case, I'm going to have to point you to the French authorities. This is for them to speak to.
So you said a few moments ago that the president can do two things at once. He can do foreign policy, he can do domestic policy. You guys have said repeatedly before that the president can be president anywhere. So why then would he cancel part of this trip?
I didn't say he's canceling part of this trip.
You said you're reevaluating.
I said we're reevaluating, but we made, there's not been a cancellation as yet. That could happen. We'll see where it goes. I think, to get to, the gist of your question is, the president often has to make tough decisions about how and where he's going to spend his time. And as I think we've also made clear, Kareem has made clear a gazillion times up here, how seriously the president takes this priority about defaulting on the national debt, and what that says about the United States, not just here at home, but around the world, and how that can affect our own international reputation. Because there's countries like Russia and China that would love nothing more than for us to default. So they could point the finger and say, you see, the United States is not a stable, reliable partner. So that is a high priority, as it should be for the president. So look, we're going to reevaluate here the rest of the week after the G7, and we'll see where it goes. But if the trip gets truncated or changed or modified in any way, it should be nothing more than a statement of the president putting his priorities where he believes they need to be. And again, I want to say, we wouldn't have to have this conversation. I wouldn't have to answer these questions if Congress just did the right thing.
And to that point, though, you guys have been building up this trip, the Papua New Guinea, the historical significance of that, the Quad, and the extent to which it shows the importance of U.S. leadership in the Indo-Pacific at a moment of tensions with China. So if you were to cancel that portion of the trip, what message would that send to the region about the United States' commitment to leadership in the Indo-Pacific?
I think I answered that question before. Again, I don't want to get ahead of where we are, but modifying an overseas trip to deal with this particular issue, an issue which is central to our international standing around the world, that's the message, that we understand how important it is that the United States not only say we are, but prove we are a reliable, stable, strong partner for our allies and partners around the world. And that stems from, and the president understands this, it stems from the reliability of our ability to pay our debts.
Thank you so much, Kareem. Hi, John. Take turn. So what's going to be President Biden's message to the G7 leaders who are worried about the possibility of unprecedented default in the United States? And also another topic discussed here in DC today. Do you anticipate they will discuss artificial intelligence and also the ChatGPT during the meetings there, and how can the U.S. work with other countries on this matter?
So on your first question, the president's message to the G7 will continue to be, as I said to Jeremy, that the United States is a strong, reliable partner, and that he's working hard to get the debt ceiling raised, as it should be, because he understands the importance of that to our international reputation and our credibility, and that they don't need to worry about that part of it. And look, as I said in my opening statement, and it wasn't just some accidental line I threw in there, since day one, the president has focused on revitalizing our vast alliances and our network of partnerships. No other nation in the world enjoys that network the way the United States does, and the president has put an awful lot of personal capital into revitalizing those partnerships. And just look what that has done. Just pick one thing. Look at Ukraine. The convening power of the United States under President Biden and what we've been able to do internationally for Ukraine. That needs to continue. Ukraine will be on the agenda, of course. And so that will be the president's message. Now, as for AI and the chat, function, sorry. I don't know if that specific application is going to come up, but you can expect that as in the course of the discussions that they will be having, that these meetings will have a chance to talk about science and technology and the importance of appropriate behavior in that space.
Thanks, great. Reuters has reporting showing that the G7 countries are set to discuss a concern about China's use of economic coercion in its dealings abroad, and that's going to be part of the larger joint statement that will be released in Japan. What are you thinking about that?
The PRC and managing that competition with them, as well as dealing with the full scope of challenges that the PRC presents in the Indo-Pacific region, will absolutely be on the agenda for the G7. And as I said in my opening statement, I think you can expect to hear at the end of those discussions that all the G7 leaders are of a common mind about how to deal with the challenges that the PRC presents. I won't get ahead of what's going to be said after those discussions, but it absolutely will be on the agenda, and I absolutely think you'll see at the end of it that the G7s are all like-minded. G7 nations are all like-minded. I think they're going to talk about the broad scope of coercive activities by the PRC, and economics is certainly a part of that. Yes, that will be part of the discussion, but so will be the security coercion that we see coming out of the PRC, whether it's in the East China Sea, whether it's in Taiwan Strait or the South China Sea, all that will be discussed.
Thanks. I want to ask you about a developing story. We're just now hearing reports about an American convoy in Nigeria coming under attack. What can you tell us about it?
Don't know a whole lot. I just got informed about that here before coming on out to talk to y'all. It does look like the U.S. convoy vehicles was attacked. What I can tell you is that no U.S. citizens were involved, and therefore there were no U.S. citizens hurt. But we are aware of some casualties, perhaps even some killed. But I don't want to get too far ahead of where we are right now. It just happened, and the State Department's looking into this.
Given the number of questions you've taken on the debt limit here as it relates to the G7, how much do you expect that issue to kind of cast a shadow over these conversations? I mean, do you expect the president to answer questions about the process and the fallout and what may happen with G7 leaders?
Look, I'm not going to speak for other G7 leaders and what they may or may not want to ask the president, but we do not expect that this will, to use your phrase, overshadow the G7. There's an awful lot on the agenda. I just walked you through it. These are several full days of discussions about real meaningful issues to our national security and to that of our G7 partners. I do not expect that this is going to dominate the discussion.
Can you comment on the report that a U.S. Patriot battery system may have been damaged in Ukraine in the latest Russian missile barrage?
I cannot.
So if it were damaged, would the Ukrainians be able to repair it on their own, or would the U.S. have to?
First of all, I can't confirm the reports, but it would depend on the scope of the damage as to whether or not it can be repaired by the Ukrainians or whether we might need to help them. I think even particularly in howitzers, oftentimes when we gave howitzers are artillery piece, firing artillery around. And many of them have been damaged in the fighting or just worn out by the fighting, and some were able to be repaired on site. Some we assisted the Ukrainians with repairs outside Ukraine. I just can't speak to this, but obviously if there was damage done to a Patriot system that needed to be repaired outside Ukraine, we would certainly assist with that. I just can't.
The video that the U.S. has released asking Russian intelligence to share its secrets with the United States. Why now? Why would any Russian share that kind of information? And what assurances, safety assurances, is the U.S. offering?
You're talking about the video that the CIA released. It's not uncommon for them to do this, for one thing. They look for recruits, same as the U.S. Navy does. And so it's not uncommon for them to use video as an opportunity to see if they can encourage others to help them out. I'd refer you to the CIA to speak to the efficacy of that process and that program, but it's not atypical for them to do that, and frankly, it would be irresponsible if they weren't doing that.
Safety assurances, though? I mean, why would...
I'd refer you to the CIA to speak to the details of this program.
Very much hoping that the U.S. will resume joining the TPP. Has there been any thought of that coming up?
I don't have anything on the agenda with respect to TPP. just because-
Will you have a chance to visit Japan? Last time you didn't get out of the hotel room.
Me? Are you gonna visit Japan, Bernie?
President Cyril Ramaphosa say that both President Zelensky and Putin have agreed to 6-party talks on January the New Year's aimed at hammering out a peace deal. Just wondering how the White House feels about
Peace deal?
the Ukraine.
Yeah, look, I'll say what I've said before. We would welcome any credible peace proposal. Even by a third party or third parties. Hang on, let me finish. We would support any third party, as long as it can be seen as credible, enforceable, and sustainable. And for those three things to be the case, it's got to be supported by President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. I've said it a million times. I keep saying it. We're not poo-pooing other peace proposal opportunities as long as they can be credible and sustainable and enforceable. And again, that means that the Ukrainians have to be 100% behind it. And it has to start with the Ukrainian perspective. It has to start with the UN Charter being a foundational element. And it has to start with President Zelensky's support and his 10-point proposal, at least referencing and be a part of that frame. So that's where we are.
Thank you so much. Situation in Pakistan has gotten worse from the last time that we spoke. I'm just, last time you said that the US does want to see a stable Pakistan. Unfortunately, things are getting from bad to worse. Anything update about that? And second question.
When you say bad to worse, what are you referring to exactly?
Political party workers have been arrested, journalists are missing. This is what happening. Supreme Court, there was just a protest in front of the Supreme Court. So
we want to see Pakistan be a success. We want to see Pakistan, the government, live up to the strongest aspirations of the Pakistani people. Pakistan is an important partner in the region. They're suffering from the threat of terrorism every single day. And we're mindful of the challenges that they're facing politically and economically as well. And in the United States, they'll continue to find a good time. Thanks.
Okay, we have a couple minutes left. Zeke?
So, President Reagan recently said, he was hoping to work with requirements as part of this negotiation. Republicans that's underway. So can you clarify exactly what the president is negotiating on here, and the House of Privacy Center's fire one day?
So, also as the president said on Sunday, he will not accept proposals that take away people's health coverage. So that is incredibly important to the president. He's been very consistent about that, as he's really been having conversations with Republicans, or kind of the back and forth with Republicans as it relates to health coverage. And look, MAGA Republicans have been attacking, as you know, Affordable Care Act. That's been for many years now. They've tried over and over again to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. They're trying to take away health care from hardworking families, and again, 40 years now. And so clearly they haven't given up. And so that's what the president was speaking to. The bill, as you all know, threatens the health care for 21 million Americans. 21 million Americans. So the president has said, not just for years, but specifically the past couple of months, that he's going to continue to fight for health care, and fight for Americans and American families to make sure that they have that health care, and that's what he was specifically speaking to.
That was willing to discuss what requirements when it comes to CAF and not for Medicaid or SNAP. That's what we're talking about here?
So look, when you think about the work requirements, that's something he voted for back in the 1990s. So it's been around for some time, clearly. Their program already have work requirements and still have that because of the law today. So just want to make that really clear. What we're talking about is making sure that something that the president has been pretty consistent about for these past several months is continuing to fight for health care coverage.
Your discussion right now is negotiating with congressional Republicans that they want done in order to raise the debt limit by this deadline, the first of next month. So how are you not negotiating about the debt limit? You're negotiating about something that's
No, we've been,
Contingent on that.
no, I hear you. We are right now having a conversation, negotiating on the budget. That's what the president has been very clear about. We want to go back to regular order and talk about appropriations. That's what and we've been very clear that the debt limit needs to be taken care of. Congress needs to do their constitutional duty. And if you think about it, Republicans and MAGA Republicans have laid out how they see the vision for the American people when it speaks to the budget, right? And so we've been very clear about that 22% cut that they want to do to healthcare. Just talked about the 21 million Americans, right? The cut that they want to do to veterans. All of those things are conversations that his team and the teams of the four congressional leaders, they've been having for the past couple of days on the budget, on how we move forward with the budget.
Vice President Harris was not in the room last week when the president met with McCarthy and congressional leaders, but she will be there today. Can you tell us why she's part of this meeting and the role she's playing, and whether or not she's going to step in over the next couple of days when the president's traveling overseas, take on a bigger role in his absence?
So, look, the vice president, this is not about the president's trip to Asia. So I just want to be very clear. This is, and I said this last week, she has been a partner in this. She has been consulted multiple times on the budget, on preventing default. This is something that the president clearly respects her view. And for this meeting, he wants her to be part of this meeting so they can continue to consult. But now, of course, she'll be part of the meeting with the full congressional meeting. So he wants her input in this, and that's what we're going to see with this meeting.
Will she step in while he's overseas and do meetings? Like, what might she do right now while he's meeting?
The vice president is a close advisor. She's a partner to the president. That has been consistent the last 2 years. That's what you're going to continue to see. And she's been part of this process throughout these conversations about the budget, about not defaulting. So that is not going to change. And as I've said, as my colleague just said moments ago, the president can be president anywhere. He can do the work of the American people abroad, and certainly he does it every day here when we're in the White House. So that's not going to change. As we know, every president has said this before this president, he can be a president anywhere.
What is the White House's response to concerns already expressed from progressive Democrats that President Biden is giving too many concessions and debt ceiling talks with Republicans? Zeke noted the consideration of expanded work requirements for some federal aid, future spending caps on discretionary funds that has been discussed, as well as permit reform. All this we're hearing is coming out of these debt ceiling talks.
So I'm going to be very careful. I'm not going to negotiate from the podium. As you know, there's going to be a meeting very, very shortly that the president's going to have with the four leaders. And also the president's team has been, and the congressional members, their team have been meeting for the past several days. And it's been, as we see it, very productive. This is a president who has been around the block a few times, right? When we think about negotiations, he knows how to make deals. He knows how this works. There's no one more experienced in knowing how to get this done. And if you look at the record of this president, you think about the Inflation Reduction Act of the last 2 years, you think about the gun safety legislation, you think about the PACT Act, you think about the bipartisan infrastructure legislation that's clearly now law. Those are things that shows that the president understands how to get through these negotiations, how to bring people to the table, and that's what you're going to continue to see from this president next, at least today. See what happens.
Thanks, Karen. I just wanted to ask what you guys felt about some of the timing that has been discussed with Republicans saying they need that a deal would need to be completed by this weekend. Obviously, the president knows Congress well. Do you agree with that timing? Do you feel there's more time?
I mean, look, we've been very clear. This is, when it comes to the debt limit, that's something that should have been done a while ago. We've been very clear about that. The fact that Republicans in Congress, MAGA Republicans, are threatening default, holding our economy hostage, that shouldn't be. That is not regular order. That is not what is supposed to be happening. We've done it 78 times since 1960. And so this should have been done some time ago. And so if they are so concerned about the timeline, then they should get to work and do their constitutional duty.
Do you feel like there is a chance, or how much of a chance is there that you guys could reach an agreement by the weekend? You know, obviously the president would be in Asia, but could you reach the agreement by
Do you have any level of confidence that you could finish by this weekend?
So look, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. The president is going to be meeting with congressional members in the next 15, 20 minutes. Look, the way that we see this process going, as you asked me about a deadline, a timeline, it should be done right now, sooner the better. We should get this done. There's no reason for Congress to wait any longer to do their job. There's no reason to do it. And just a couple more. We heard from economists, the urgency from economists, business leaders, including small business leaders across the country, and more CEOs. We've heard from them saying how catastrophic this could be if Republicans get their way. So Congress needs to prevent the fall, and they need to do it before the X date, and that is critical, and that is key, and that's important people understand.
That's great. Last week when the president met with the congressional leaders, most folks emerged from that meeting saying this was essentially both sides restating their positions, not much progress was made. Can you set expectations for today? How much progress do you expect to be made? Do you think there will be more progress than there was last week?
So I'm not going to get ahead of this meeting, certainly not going to get ahead of what's going to come out of it. I will say this, when you think about the four leaders, what they came out and said, 3 of the 4 said that we needed to avoid default. So 3 of the 4 were with the president about avoiding default. And so that's also very important, and that's also really key, and that's what the president has been stating over and over and over again. And so we'll see what happens. The meeting's gonna kind of happen in the next 20 minutes or so, right after this briefing is done, I presume. And we'll let the leaders talk amongst themselves, and the president's going to make it very clear that they need to do their job and do their constitutional duty.
Following up on something Zeke was asking about, you said that the White House isn't negotiating over raising the debt ceiling, but the president and his team have been actively negotiating with Republican congressional leaders over spending. They're rushing to get a deal before June 1. How is that not negotiated?
The way that we see these conversations, and we continue to be clear, default is not negotiable. It should be done without conditions. That has not changed with us. We are having conversations about the budget. We are having conversations about appropriations, which is regular order, which is what is supposed to be happening year after year. This is the conversations that have occurred.
It won't be happening until September, right? So what is the time pressure on doing negotiations now with spending?
Look, there are many examples of simultaneous conversations and spending. That is nothing new. What we're saying is that they should not connect the two, that they should get the job done, and that we're going to have a conversation about budget, and we're going to continue to say, hold the line here and be really, really firm, and say that negotiating on default is not an option. And so that's what the president has said. You've heard from him directly over the last couple of days, as many of your colleagues have had the opportunity to ask him that very question. You're hearing from the president of the United States, who has said that this is not about the debt limit. There's no negotiating around the debt limit. They should do their constitutional duty on the border.
Great. The White House keeps saying that Republicans are manufacturing a crisis by refusing to do a clean bill to raise the debt limit. Right now, the nation's debt exceeds 100% of its GDP. This has happened twice in U.S. history, once during World War II and once now in the last couple of years. How is it not a crisis when the country literally owes more than it's worth?
You should ask the speaker this question. This is his job. This is his constitutional duty to move forward and get the debt limit done. That is a question for him. They are the legislative, it is a co-equal branch, as you know. They are the legislative body, and this is what they're supposed to do. That is a question, seriously, that is a question for the speaker and the MAGA Republicans, who are literally holding our economy hostage. I have to move on. I promise to take one more.
I'll take one more. The debt is a crisis.
Lady Green, what is the White House reaction to Special Counsel Durham's report on how the FBI handled the Trump Russia probe?
I would leave it to the Department of Justice to speak to.
Talks often about how they want the DOJ and FBI to remain independent and above the fray. That report seems to reflect the opposite. Does he agree with Special Counsel Durham that there needs to be wholesale changes at the FBI?
Again, that is with the Department of Justice. That's not something that I'm going to speak from the podium. As you just stated in your question, we believe in an independent Department of Justice. That's what the president said when he was running, and that's what the president has said the last 2 years. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys.
Court records revealing how the FBI tracked him down after news of the leak went public.
We're also learning how authorities say he accessed top secret materials before allegedly sharing them online. Plus,
it's terrifying, honestly, to think that we might go back to a place where a victim might feel they're not going to believe me that this is truly threatening.
when do threatening words become a crime? A convicted stalker is heading to the Supreme Court with his case claiming free speech. We talked to the family of the singer who said she feared for her life and break down the stakes. And
I think it was sort of imagining, that world of public television and kind of telling a story within that.
Owen Wilson takes us inside his new movie Paint, channeling that signature hairdo in fictional Carl, while Wilson says we should all find joy in painting. And good evening, I'm Phil Litvoff, and tonight for Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We are following those stories, of course, and much more, including new developments in the legal battle over the abortion pill, with the Supreme Court weighing in to temporarily keep access available as it considers lower court rulings. Plus, cleanup still underway in South Florida after a deluge of more than 2 feet of rain fell in Fort Lauderdale alone in less than 24 hours. And protesters are back out on the street in France as the French president gets a win in his efforts to raise the retirement age. Our correspondents have fanned out across the country and around the world covering those stories and much more for you tonight. But we will begin with the latest fallout in that massive leak of Pentagon secrets. The suspect making his first appearance in court today less than 24 hours after his arrest. 21-year-old Jack Teixeira was charged with 2 counts, both having to do with retention and removal of classified documents. More charges are likely to come. Teixeira was an IT specialist with the Massachusetts Air National Guard who had top secret clearance. His father was seen leaving court today after shouting, "I love you, Jack," to his son inside. Court records claim Teixeira first copied paragraphs of text at work, then, when he became concerned he would be caught, started taking them home to photograph them. The incident raising serious concerns about who has top secret security clearance. Investigative reporter Aaron Katersky leads us off tonight from Boston.
Tonight, the 21-year-old Air National Guardsman accused of putting the country's security at risk is behind bars, charged with leaking national defense secrets.
There's very serious penalties associated with that. And we intend to send that message, how important it is to our national security.
If you have any comment about that charge.
Jack Teixeira's father leaving court after calling out to his son, "I love you, Jack." Teixeira replying, "Love you too, Dad," before he was led from the room in handcuffs. Teixeira comes from a family with strong military ties. His mother volunteered with a veterans group. His stepfather retired after a 34-year career with the same unit Teixeira served, the 102nd Intelligence Wing at Joint Base Cape Cod. His senior year quote in his high school yearbook, "Actions speak louder than words." Online, Teixeira allegedly leading a group of about 24, mostly young men and teen boys, on the discussion forum Discord. Members of the group tell the Washington Post Teixeira was known as OG. He boasted of access to classified material, they said, and posted the secrets for them to see.
He was a very smart man. There's no way in any world that he would not know that he knew that these were illegal.
Someone spread those posts far beyond the small chat group, and they made their way around the world. Teixeira held a top-secret security clearance. Federal prosecutors said he improperly and unlawfully retained and transmitted national defense information to people not authorized to receive it, causing serious damage to the national security of the United States. Court records said Teixeira began posting classified information on Discord in December, first as paragraphs of text. Then, when he allegedly became concerned he could be discovered copying material at work, he began taking the documents to his residence and photographing them. Prosecutors suggested his fears of getting caught may have deepened last week. On the very day reports started circulating about the intelligence documents, the FBI said Teixeira started searching on his office computer for the word leak. The FBI said Discord helped investigators figure out who was behind the posts before an FBI SWAT team moved in to make the arrest. Teixeira sitting on his back deck as those heavily armed agents approached.
And Aaron joins us now from Boston. Aaron, Teixeira faces 2 charges right now, but certainly more could be on the way.
It seems possible, Phil, because so far the charges are based on one leaked document, and it's believed there are dozens more. The FBI is still working to determine the full breadth of Teixeira's alleged disclosures, who else he may have been working with, and what his motive was. But already today, Bill, with the charges so far, he faces up to 15 years in prison. So, all right, Aaron Kaczynski from Boston tonight. Aaron, thank you.
And now to the questions how a 21-year-old IT specialist could have had access to so much sensitive information, and why did it take the Pentagon so long to find out? ABC's Chief Global Affairs anchor, Martha Raddatz, joins me now. Martha, the Pentagon has launched a review here.
They certainly have. And we heard the Pentagon spokesman saying just yesterday that there are stringent guidelines in place for safeguarding classified material, but that clearly did not work in this situation. Jack Teixeira had a top secret clearance at such a young age because he worked as an IT specialist, so he would need access to classified computers to make sure they were working properly. But there would be no reason for him to print or copy information for himself about ongoing intelligence operations. And yet, if the charges against him are true, that was occurring on a regular basis, and no one caught it. In fact, the Pentagon did not realize the leaks were even happening until many months later, and that was only because of a report in the New York Times. Still,
yeah, that seems really problematic. I'm certain the Pentagon is going to be looking into that for quite some time. Martha Raddatz, thank you so much. Now I want to bring in ABC News contributor Mick Mulroy, also former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. Mick, thanks so much for taking the time. I know you spent years in the intelligence community. So what is the typical vetting process that goes into clearing service members for gaining access to this type of sensitive information?
So Phil, the first, just joining the military, you go through a vetting process. It's not extensive, but it does look at your background to make sure you don't have any criminal record and things like that. And then to get a top secret security clearance, it usually takes around a year. They interview you, your family, your friends, your neighbors. They try to find people that you didn't actually provide them that may know you. It's very extensive. They look at your financial situation, all sorts of things to ensure that you are the type of person that they would want to give access to this level of sensitive material.
Well, Teixeira essentially worked as an IT specialist in his intelligence unit. His job, his formal title was Cyber Transport Systems Journeyman. As a very junior enlisted airman, do you believe he should have had access to some of our most sensitive secrets being in that position?
So I can see why he would have top secret clearance because he gets on these systems. But there's a thing called need to know. For example, when I was in the Pentagon, I worked in the Middle East. I had sensitive information on the Middle East. I didn't need to know sensitive information on North Korea, for example, so I didn't have it. But his specialty gave him access to a system which obviously had all this information on it. I think in the future, we're going to have to limit, yes, these individuals need to be able to get on the system, but if they open a document that they have no need to know, then that should trigger some kind of warning to a supervisor, and certainly if they try to print that document, that needs to trigger some kind of warning so they can investigate why this individual would be looking at this document and certainly why they would be printing it.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You have looking at it in the first place and then printing it. Why would they need to be printing it? So there is that clearance at first, but after a service member gets the job and then gains access to top secret national security information, is there any kind of ongoing process to evaluate the mental health of these service members, sort of like a check-in as they're trusted with this information?
So yes, there is a interview that used to take place every 5 years. So you had to sit down with a security investigator, and they would go over all the things that they did when you originally got your security clearance. Now, there's simply a form you fill out. That happened like a year and a half ago, and I think that's something that they will have to look at, because now you fill out this form and then an investigator looks at it, and if something's flagged, then they ask you in for an interview. But obviously, if you're doing something nefarious, you're not going to flag yourself. Well, having an investigator look at you face to face, I think that is something that we need to look at going back to.
Mick, you know this well. This is by far not the first intelligence leak the U.S. has had to try to contain. Can you tell us what's been done in the past to try to put up some guardrails, I guess, to stop this? And obviously, not all the guardrails work, so what's the intelligence community doing now about it?
So unfortunately, sometimes whenever something happens, we look at what happened and then we add that to our investigation, our process of giving security. And I think we're going to do that now with, just why do individuals have the ability to click on documents that they have nothing to do with, and there's no sign whatsoever until they go back and look at it forensically that they did that. I think that's going to change. It's just something that the United States needs to do much better at going forward. I think we will by looking at everything that happened in this event, and then changing how we do things based on that investigation.
All right, ABC News contributor Mick Mulroy, thanks so much for your time and your expertise as always. Next, new developments in the legal battle over the abortion pill. Today, the Supreme Court moved to keep federal rules in place temporarily while it considers lower court rulings that have restricted its use or banned it outright. ABC's Rachel Scott on the story for us again tonight.
Tonight, the Supreme Court allowing the abortion pill mifepristone to stay widely available for now, putting on hold the several major restrictions that were set to go into effect in just a matter of hours. Justice Samuel Alito issuing a 5-day administrative stay, keeping the status quo for the pill used in more than half of abortions in the U.S., while the justices take more time to fully consider the court challenge.
We hope that the Supreme Court throws this case out. It is meritless, and it's undermining the FDA's authority.
It comes after a week of chaos and confusion as federal judges issue conflicting rulings over access to the abortion drug. The Biden administration asked the Supreme Court to intervene to block restrictions that would have gone into effect tomorrow, preventing women from accessing the drug after 7 weeks of pregnancy, requiring 3 in-person doctor visits, and making it unavailable by mail. As of now, mifepristone can still be administered up to 10 weeks of pregnancy and remains available via telehealth and by mail for at least 5 more days.
And Rachel joins me now. Rachel, where does this go from here?
Well, Phil, Justice Samuel Alito only putting this on hold until late Wednesday, which means we could learn as early as next week whether the Supreme Court decides to take up this case, Phil.
All right, Rachel Scott from the Supreme Court tonight. Rachel, thank you. We turn now to Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis signed a law banning abortions after 6 weeks late last night. Dr. Shelley Tien is an abortion care provider with Planned Parenthood of South, East, and North Florida. She joins me now to take a look at what this means for women in Florida and across the South. Dr. Tien, thanks for taking the time. As news spread of this law today, what are you hearing from your patients?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. So yeah, this 6-week ban is truly devastating. It's essentially robs patients and their families from being able to make a fundamental healthcare decision for their body.
Our Rachel Scott spoke with the bill's sponsor. Let's take a listen to some of what she said.
For women who choose life, who stay in Florida, they are going to be supported, and we are going to wrap around services to make sure that life is protected and that we are holding up those families if they have a need.
All right, having said that, for the patients you serve, what's the reality there in terms of support and services?
Yeah, so I think it's very important that the public realizes the profound impacts and amplitude of this ban. So first and foremost, of course, this ban impacts women who are pregnant, that don't want to be pregnant, that are seeking safe and compassionate abortion. It also impacts women who have desired pregnancies that develop pregnancy complications throughout the course of their pregnancy. And complications can occur for a multitude of maternal and fetal reasons, where sometimes the safest option for families is to end the pregnancy. And thirdly, this ban impacts any healthcare provider, physicians, nurses, clinical staff that care for pregnant women. Safe abortion care is a part of women's health, and providing scientific, evidence-based counseling on contraception and abortion and provision of those services is an important and necessary part of our care. I understand that this ban has very narrow exceptions for maternal life and maternal disability, but the reality is that there are many complex and nuanced health conditions that can develop in any pregnancy that don't fit these narrow exceptions. And it really puts physicians in an impossible position where they may feel that they have to delay or even withhold care for fear that their interventions will be misinterpreted.
And Doctor, for your patients in Florida and really from surrounding states, what does this law mean for their abortion care options?
So certainly it's another tremendous barrier. So we care for, I live in northern Florida, and I care for patients in northern Florida, but also the entire state of Florida. And because of restrictions in neighboring states, we care for patients in a multitude of other states, Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi. And so, these patients are already traveling hundreds of miles desperately seeking care, and they won't have that option anymore.
All right, Dr. Shirley Tan, thank you so much. This is obviously something we're going to continue to follow you as well, I would assume. We appreciate you taking the time.
Great, thank you so much.
And next tonight, the suspect in the stabbing death of tech CEO Bob Lee in San Francisco appearing before a judge for the first time. Court documents claiming the suspect confronted Lee about his sister hours later, stabbing him 3 times in a planned and deliberate attack. The video and text messages they say support their case. ABC's DeMarco Morgan in San Francisco. Tonight, Debo Mummy, the man who was stabbed tech executive Bob Lee to death, making his first court appearance as prosecutors accused him of a planned and deliberate attack. Outside the courtroom, the suspect's sister now at the center of the case. Court documents allege Bob Lee knew Debo Mummy's sister, who lived in the luxury Millennium Tower apartment building. They say Lee, the sister, and a friend spent the afternoon drinking hours before Lee's death, and that Mummay later confronted Lee, asking if his sister had been doing drugs or anything inappropriate. Lee reassured him nothing inappropriate had happened. Police say later that night, Lee joined Mummay and his sister at the Millennium Tower, and that cameras would show the 2 men driving off in Mummay's BMW around 2 a.m. to a dark, secluded area. Minutes later, Lee was seen walking away and injured. Prosecutors say he was stabbed 3 times, 1 penetrating his heart. A 4-inch kitchen knife was later recovered with blood on it. Police piecing together Lee's final moments with surveillance images like these obtained by the Daily Mail as he collapsed outside of an apartment building. Prosecutors say Debo Mummay fled the scene and left the victim to die. Mummay's sister allegedly sent a text message to Lee that night asking if Lee was doing okay. Just wanted to make sure you were doing okay because I knew Nima came way down hard on you. And thank you for being such a classy man, handling it with class. And DeMarco joins us now from San Francisco. DeMarco, what are we learning about the timing of the arraignment here? Well, Phil, the suspect's arraignment has been postponed until the end of the month, but he is currently being held without bail tonight here in San Francisco. All right, DeMarco Morgan, thanks. Meantime, the brain of the Louisville, Kentucky mass shooting suspect will be tested for chronic traumatic encephalopathy, commonly known as CTE. A family spokesperson tells ABC News CTE is a degenerative brain disease found in those with a history of repetitive brain trauma, often athletes and veterans. According to the Louisville Courier-Journal, the shooter experienced multiple concussions from playing sports as a child. The results of the testing are told will take several weeks. Officials in Ohio say it is safe for people to go home after a train carrying toxic chemicals derailed in February, but they are encouraging East Palestine residents to use bottled water. Norfolk Southern says with the EPA, it has completed more than 115 in-home air tests, and that none have detected any of the substances related to the incident. It said it's conducted more than 400 tests total. The officials are reporting 3,500 fish across 12 different species died in Ohio waterways, and some residents report their pets, including cats and chickens, have also died. After surviving what one resident called rain of biblical proportions, South Florida residents are still trekking through floodwaters as we speak. This, as the Sunshine State remains under a state of emergency. Victor Pendo in Fort Lauderdale for us tonight.
Tonight, families in South Florida cleaning up after more than 2 feet of rain fell in Fort Lauderdale in less than 24 hours. That's more than a third of what the city gets in a typical year. This is I got the airport up. We met Ellie Maria, making it ready for floodwaters on her way to work. What's it like seeing your neighborhood like this?
It's bad. We have no benefit, no furniture, nothing to protect him. Even our appliances are gone.
South of here, in Hollandale Beach, tow truck drivers working non-stop. They go out there all night, just clearing up some of the road and just kind of moving some of the cars to the side and stuff like that. And flights resuming at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, the storm shutting it down for more than a day.
And Victor joins me now. Victor, this must have been very difficult for first responders.
Absolutely, Phil. They've been very busy. They've had their hands full. More than 1,000 calls for help. And there is the chance for even more showers this evening. It's sprinkling a little bit now, but drier weather is on the way, giving residents here a much needed break. Phil?
Victor Kendall from Fort Lauderdale tonight. Victor, thank you. The Justice Department with a sweeping crackdown on Mexico's Sinaloa cartel and its global network, accusing it of fueling America's fentanyl crisis. Attorney General Merrick Garland charged 28 people, including 3 sons of notorious drug lord El Chapo, who is serving a life sentence here in the U.S. Chemical suppliers in China also being charged. 8 of the accused are in custody. The U.S. offering rewards for several others. Overseas tonight, a victory for French President Emmanuel Macron. His plan to raise the retirement age to 64, getting the final nod despite months and months of nationwide mass protests. And tonight, after the ruling, protesters are back out on the streets. More than 100 people have been arrested so far. ABC's Tom Supi-Burrich is in Paris for us. Tom.
Yes, and as you can see, there's a heavy police presence on the streets of Paris tonight as officers try to quell pockets of protest. Earlier, demonstrators clashing with riot police, setting fire to bins and bicycles. The government's unpopular law to raise the minimum retirement age here from 62 to 64 without a democratic vote has been approved by France's Constitutional Council after months of protest. President Emmanuel Macron saying people are living longer, so this reform is needed to balance the books. The new law takes effect in September, but the union's rejecting a meeting with Macron next week and promising more strikes. Tonight, protesters telling us they'll hit the streets again tomorrow. Phil?
All right, Tom Supi-Burrich from Paris tonight. Tom, thank you. There's so much more to get to here on Prime. Coming up, the scary moments after a deadly house explosion, how neighbors stepped up to pull someone from all that rubble. But next, a convicted stalker is headed to the Supreme Court, attempting to get his conviction overturned because of free speech. The family of the woman he sent hundreds of Facebook messages to says it terrified her and changed the trajectory of her life.
It's very unfortunate that another individual, completely unprovoked, will be able to take that person and live the life that she wants. Here in Kentucky, no match feels a tornado. Tomorrow in Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in eastern Ukraine, reporting from University in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail, this is what it's like in Nevada.
California Governor Director State.
Travel with the president in Mexico City.
Here at the airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Baldwin Street in London Street.
Wherever the story is, wherever the story is, wherever the story is, we'll take you there. We're streaming ABC News Live. ABC News Live. We're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming voice.
So much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
And the storm weather that's now unfolding.
To the parade on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the right now, the nationwide teacher shortage.
The right now look at the day ahead.
For the alert this morning, the dog owners in
The key takeaways from the biggest story.
World News Now and America This Morning, America's #1 early morning news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings on ABC News Live.
Are the parents ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we do. Let's go. Are you ready? Yeah, so what we do, we watch Saturdays on ABC News Live. You do, right? Because I'm smart. What we do, we marathon 2 to 6 Eastern every Saturday on ABC News Live.
Welcome back. A convicted stalker from Colorado heads to the United States Supreme Court next week, asking the judges to toss out his conviction because of free speech. The man was sent to prison for sending hundreds of Facebook messages to a singer-songwriter he'd never met. She said she feared for her life. But when do threatening words become a crime? In our Crime Focus tonight, our Devon's Wire has a closer look at the debate and the stakes far beyond this case.
Colt is a really unique and remarkable person. She just has this inherent spark of joy within her, and that's part of what makes her such an excellent performer. She can share that joy and project it from the stage. Hundreds of people would come out to see the show, and it would be really exciting. It's very unfortunate that another individual completely unprovoked would be able to take that opportunity from her to live the life that she wanted to live. Thank you so much!
Maria Whalen says her sister, singer-songwriter Coles Whalen, is still coping with a trauma that began more than a decade ago, when a stranger began sending Coles messages on social media.
We knew the whole time that the situation was uncomfortable, and we might not have said stalking at the time, but it quickly progressed to that.
When did you consider it to be actually a threat, and that there might be some more danger here?
The tone of the messages and the frequency changed, and that's when we were pushed to seek help from law enforcement.
The messages, hundreds of them from a man named Billy Ray Counterman, a woman that never met, continued for years. Some sounding familiar, going to the store, would you like anything? Others unsettling. I'm currently unsupervised. I know it freaks me out too. The possibilities are endless. And the alarm line, not being good for human relations. Die, don't need you.
There were messages where Mr. Powderman would reference details about where she had been or the vehicle she was driving, who she was hanging out with.
What kind of impact did it have on Cole?
It's a little hard to talk about. It had a significant impact on her. That lightheartedness that she used to always carry, sharing that joy with other people, it really got dampened, and she became much more protective and afraid.
Coles Whalen was so afraid, her sister says, she got a permit to carry a gun, hired a bodyguard for some concerts, and eventually stopped performing in public because of her fear. She declined our request for an interview to protect her privacy and security. Were you convinced that he was out to threaten your sister, if not harm her?
We were convinced that he was an unstable individual and his actions would be unpredictable. We felt that he was very dangerous, and law enforcement agreed.
In 2016, authorities arrested and charged Conover with stalking and serious emotional distress. The jury later convicted him, and a judge imposed a sentence of 4.5 years behind bars.
We have a lot of heated speech on farming, and the First Amendment does not allow the government to make that crime.
Jay Schweiker is an attorney at the Cato Institute, one of several groups, including the ACLU, say punishing Counterman was wrong.
No one's here defending the message that he was sending as model behavior for how to communicate with a public figure. It's whether it constitutes a threat for which he can be put in prison.
The First Amendment protects most speech, but not libel, obscenity, or what the Supreme Court has called true threats. Those can result in prosecution. As the justices take up Counterman's appeal, they're set to clarify when a threat becomes a crime.
The question here is whether you have to prove intent before you can put someone in prison.
Colorado law says threats become illegal when a reasonable person would suffer serious emotional distress from the communications. State Attorney General Phil Weiser says intent doesn't matter.
Under Colorado law, the specific intent of the stalker in the case is not a relevant factor. It's whether the victim would reasonably experience a fear of physical violence because the nature of the threat.
Counterman, who's already completed his sentence, says he never intended to harm Whalen, and that not having to prove intent in court risks essentially criminalizing misunderstandings. Why shouldn't the intent of the person speaking matter?
In the case of stalking, stalkers are often oblivious to reality. And if you require the state to have to show that they understood that the words were threatening and creating physical violence, you could actually let a lot of stalkers go.
Experts say it's a balancing act for law enforcement in the digital age. How do you respond to critics who say this law could have a real chilling effect on speech? You have not been able to speak. This case is about establishing a precedent that will govern not just the law of stalking, but cases of domestic violence, threats against schools or housing associates, and many other contexts.
If the Supreme Court upholds this conviction, then a huge swath of online speech is open to potential criminal prosecution.
As the High Court now takes up the debate, the Greenland family says they hope the justices don't reopen their wounds.
It's terrifying, honestly, to think that we might go back to a place where a victim might feel they're not going to believe me that this is truly threatening, when clearly she felt that her life was at stake.
Has she been able to reclaim some of herself and calm some of the anxiety?
Absolutely. Colt is incredibly resilient and a very strong person. She has that inherent spark of joy within her. And really there's no life circumstance or individual that can take that from her.
Thanks to Debbie Dwyer for that. And there's still much more to get to here coming up. 80 years ago, the legal action their families are now taking against the gun distributor. After Owen Wilson talking about his new role playing a complicated artist, what he's saying about the comparison to a very famous late painter. But next, the Phantom of the Opera is making its entrance. The acclaimed musical prepares to leave Broadway. We take a closer look at its impact on the numbers.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any Williams House ABC News. World News tonight with good news. America's #1 most watched news cast across all its television.
A water crisis plaguing America, and no one can drink in processed water. Every state
Can't see, can't taste, can't smell.
athletes,
Laboratory run.
can we find a solution before it's too late?
This climate crisis is going on for decades.
ABC News television stations presents the premiere of the new docuseries, Our America, Trouble on Tap.
In America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. George Miller's incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. Premium, experience the all-new ABC News app. Taking out the shoes.
A sexualized child model exploitation. The app number isn't really about, or is it just about reading? It's about myself being vulnerable. And this is the first time I've ever spoken about what happened. I thought the more you want to know, the shorter than the life. And so when my coach talks about it, it makes a difference. I'm amazing. And this is my take of it.
With so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The storm weather that's now unfolding.
We're worried on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the Right Now nationwide teacher shortage.
The Right Now look at the day ahead. An alert this morning for dog owners here. The key takeaways from the biggest story of the day.
World News Now is America This Morning, America's #1 early morning news.
Today there's still a woman early mornings on ABC News Live.
You never know what you're going to get on this show. That's all I'm going to say. Hey, woman!
Good night, Don. Can you hear me out there?
It's hard to see because there's a show.
Absolutely. That's what people don't see during the commercial break.
Right.
What happened? And the no idea really what I'm getting myself into.
That day that we walked out, I treasured that day. I couldn't sit there.
You're doing good, Joy. You're doing good.
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
Turning the table. Listen to the Computer Podcast.
I'm still looking up. I just want to have God. I want to sit into my baby girl.
This stuff has to come out.
Why are so many women hiding in their own pants?
I feel more feminine now moving out than I ever did. Like, it makes me go inside. I felt like my body was like, thank you.
And then tonight, it honors the woman. Impact Twilight Line, now streaming on Hulu.
This is one of the news letters coming first in the morning to be heard. America's #1 morning show. Covered tomorrow with a variety of reporting.
I can't imagine
Obviously, from the Phantom of the Opera, that iconic Broadway show, it will drop its famous chandelier on Broadway for the last time Sunday. We have a look at the Andrew Lloyd Webber classic by the numbers. 13,733 performances over more than 35 years makes the Phantom the longest running show in Broadway history. 19.8 million people have seen the show on Broadway, grossing $1.3 billion. That's according to the Broadway media. The Haunting Love Story has received 70 major theater awards, including 7 Tonys and 4 Hollywood awards. And it is the biggest job producer in the U.S. theatrical history, creating an estimated 6,500 jobs, including 400 actors and 20 lifers. Lifers, staff, have been with the show since it opened in 1988. Think of that. After announcing the show's end, ticket sales spiked, delivering $2.2 million at the box office. It was last Thanksgiving, the show's highest grossing week ever. However, before that, audience had fallen off and revenue could no longer support the lavish production. Worldwide, the show has toured in 41 countries, 183 cities, delighting 145 million people in 17 languages with its Gothic melodrama. The show will go on overseas, though. The original London production continues. Last year, a new production opened in Australia. This fall, the first Mandarin language production is scheduled to open in China, and Antonio Banderas is working on a new Spanish language version. So it will live on. There is much more ahead here on Prime. Controversy over TikTok and how much access it has to our information, how soon one state can ban the popular app entirely, and how would you like to grab a fistful of cash on your commute? Why one man threw $200,000 in cash into a highway?
What does it take to be America's #1 voice? It takes answering the straightforward tough questions.
You would never be president. I would be wrong. I can't imagine it feels like working $200 million for the best option. Are you aware of that movie, Joe?
You write that you had low grade depression. How'd you get out of that?
The news made me worse.
You said there were 6 friends, one of them was sick.
Yeah.
Do you have future political aspirations?
Going to the front line.
The search for survivors on just the school range.
And getting to the heart of the story.
They've been the vineyard will be here for a long time.
NBC News, #1 in the morning, the #1 newscast, #1 in daytime talk, Friday nights, Sunday mornings versus the competition, and the #1 streaming news. Thank you for making ABC News America's trusted, straightforward, first choice.
With so much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
The storm weather that's now unfolding.
The worries on Wall Street.
We're bringing you the Right Now nationwide teacher shortage.
The Right Now look at the day ahead. Going to learn from some of the dog owners and the key takeaways from the biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning, America's #1 local news.
Today does feel a little different. Early mornings on ABC News Live.
A water crisis plaguing America.
And no one came to the poisonous water.
Every city feels the barrels that you can't see, can't taste, and you can't smell. Every trip
Those one drug.
communicates solution difficulties to your
This silent crisis is going on for decades and decades.
ABC One television stations presents the premiere of the new docuseries, Law of America, Trouble on Town. Also young, I just recovered that body. I wanted to be my birthday girl.
You step past something out.
Why are so many women learning about good things?
I feel more sexy now with an outfit than I ever did. Like it makes me okay to I felt like my body was ready.
Thank you.
And everything else, they honestly.
Impact Holiday Line, now streaming on Hulu.
Get ready, America! Every Friday, the hottest trends, styles, and must-haves. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff. Yes! And Kate's Big Time Get the Right Stuff. Fridays on GMA. You're gonna love it.
13 women open their doors to the Bay Area and their lives.
Truth and Lies, the Boston Strangler, the new true crime podcast series. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. And watch Boston Strangler, starring Keira Knightley, streaming on Hulu.
All right, here we go. You ready?
state gets closer to banning TikTok, the reports of a possible breakthrough in Parkinson's research, and a surprise for drivers when a man throws cash onto the highway. Those stories and more in tonight's rundown.
Montana late today becoming the first state in the U.S. to pass a bill banning TikTok on all personal devices. The bill prohibits the popular social media app from operating within the state. If signed by the governor, it would take effect in January. TikTok has suggested it will take legal action. The Biden administration has threatened a nationwide ban demanding TikTok's Chinese owners sell the company because of concerns China could access users' personal data.
Victims and families affected by the April 2021 mass shooting at a FedEx facility have filed a lawsuit against the distributor of the gun that was used. The gun distributor, American Tactical, and some of its employees were named in the suit, along with magazine manufacturer Schleiser GmbH. They have been accused of negligence and unlawful marketing, as well as having high-capacity magazines that are unnecessarily dangerous and enable mass shootings. 8 people were killed and 5 others wounded at the Indianapolis FedEx facility on April 15, 2021. One person was killed and another injured after a house exploded in Berlin, Massachusetts. The mother and daughter were in a 2-story home when it exploded overnight. The mother was killed. The adult daughter became trapped under a section of the roof but was rescued by neighbors. The cause of the explosion has not been determined.
There's been a significant breakthrough in research into Parkinson's disease. Researchers funded by Michael J. Fox Foundation for Parkinson's Research say they have found a biomarker for the disease, a misfolded protein, and that can be used to determine if a person has Parkinson's. This could rapidly accelerate the research to find a way to treat it. Well, you need to know to run this new test, you're going to need to collect spinal fluid, which is invasive, and even with this breakthrough, it could take many years to craft better drug test and then bring it to market.
There could soon be a mass exodus of nursing staff in the U.S. A new survey shows 100,000 nurses quit during the pandemic, and hundreds of thousands more say they plan to leave or retire in the next 5 years. About half say they're emotionally drained. 60% say their workload has increased. It's estimated about 600,000 nurses with more than 10 years of experience could be leaving.
Some bystanders on I-5 in Oregon recently witnessed some unexpected catch. Oregon State Police said troopers responded near Eugene Tuesday night after hearing reports of money floating along the interstate and people stopping to try to get it. The man who threw the money, Colin Davis McCarthy, told troopers he wanted to gift the money and said he had thrown $200,000. Troopers asked McCarthy to not.
Oh my god, amazing, man. God, man. Oh my god.
Yes! Oh my god!
Oh, the people lousy, should be good, but they don't know how to say. Yes. Yes. Oh, always, always. score. Yes. He is very fantastic. He can score. Go, 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 go. Yes, 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 he can score. Atlético, all this right. Yes, oh my God, what a race, man. Brazilian players. Yes, come on, score. Yes, yes, it's now. Ethics, ethical good. Yes, yes, this is the week. You can score. He's from Arsenal. Score! Oh, what a wins. Yeah. Liverpool against oh, it's gonna come back in. Come on. Come back, come back, come back. Yes. Yes, come on. Come on, this guy's not. Oh, yes, that's the way. Yes. You can score. Oh, this guy is good, this guy. This guy is good. Junior, some of them they are not very good. 1-1, 2-2. Use the word to use the not always is consistent in the match is not consistent in the real life sometimes can be not always come on the side not always oh score come on oh my god what is he cannot finish the gun is quite good the gun is better than it's just that the guy is both are not consistent now we go
good, good. I want to bathroom. Oh my god, oh my god, no, 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 no. Yeah. It's going to be more, take some time for me to do. Not every time I do. The young, maybe they're going to know very good. Student experience. The championship, we can do that too. People are experienced too expensive and we have the tools. Oh my god, that's it. Oh, hey, man. It didn't have for myself. Yes. Yes, Anthony, come on. One more time. Score. Yes, 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 yes. Yes! Oh my god, he hit, he cannot score. Oh my god, what a waste. Oh, so easy. What a waste, what a waste. Good. That one, these two are really good. Oh my god. He got injured. Yes. Oh my god. Amazing. He's very good, but then yeah, he's good, good, good. That's me. So Liverpool is that Liverpool. It's not very good player. But I think in time will be a very good player. This guy maybe 1 good more. Surprisingly, he is good in but then um, I realize he's not good enough. Experience, experience. Other two also good, but just
the minority rights was a holding rule. always. And I was about to rest how long they come from this country. You have to justify everything. They're not makers. Just because they want to justify everything, in the end of the day, they cannot rest. They don't understand to justify. They have mental problems. They have to argue with these third people. Maybe this one cannot. Forgive one. Again, they send the report to China. China saying America is going to destroy all of them already. So destroy all the American airlines. This is not the American state politics. That's money laundering, creating the right to divide between the lesser and the not. This intense. Whether that money laundered or not. Sometimes you know that's where they get the money from. All the China. That is the problem. Let me see what. Let's see. Pertama, Restream also help give us knowledge. It pain until my leg blood both sides. It did not begin when my whole leg now on blood. Politics. Study the budget yet. The laws yet. Maybe the budget to be approved. And then we use America as a tool of destruction. And we only use China as input. Sometimes we only use America for our own advantages. I think the Americans just not going to be having these YouTube.
So I agree with that one. After that, when you look at now, people define everybody already by use them as they call them that again. Living in Singapore, they call them that. Don't think everywhere outside. It's not the case, it's not that others.
Yes. Videos. This guy is good. Last time not really bad. Dribble this guy. He like to dribble. The setting for this game, they never really see that game. It's a very good game, but not a game. Hey, no, I don't think. No, okay, let's go. Score. Yes! At least still got chance. Video is good, not video. Then we test out E and whether they can combine together. Sometimes we try to match the players in the team. Sometimes it's easy to match them together. All the Brazilian players sometimes they still like the Brazil. It's just very difficult, very tedious. Hey, come on, stay, go ahead and try again. This must buy the console PS. Injured. I'm not.
sick, man. You just have to get glasses. Somebody please be good.
my god, what a waste. Villain injured. That is the problem. Rõ là đâu không? Let's try the last and final week. So we can next one get the team get a better team. These Indians really know what is going on. 1-0 Indians. Even from the last one. See the kick. Anybody was there. I look. 终于超越这超越我那比较好听，也比较好听，每次比较好听睡觉。我哭，我那也有点有点睡不着。This is interesting. What's happening?
trying to use those players like try to use those players not very because I want to learn some of the new players. Very well. I don't come up across. I don't keep track. And that one unfortunately someone now the female someone cannot understand what the female very good. So how to like how you learn the female Chelsea the female so the whole dimension hopefully we have the this manager use the girls to play electric girls easy reach set two coffee. We just put 3 or 4. Yes. And so zero, you can do it. 0, 0. Always Manchester last 5 minutes no one will attack last time Alex Ferguson no one ever win always you sit there and aim to win again 0, 0 not finally that is a match 0, 0. Sit again. This team has to play, but the young players are more experienced. Young players have more experience. It's like champion. Yeah, experience. Restream. All these sponsors
Amerika, lagi tidak ini. Semua sekali, dia ada naik.